Chapter 283. Boom! Metal clanging, the centaur heavy cavalry ferociously rammed into the minotaurs. The minotaurs were forced back by the powerful impact. Su Luan's purple dragon halberd was like a viper. With a flash of cold light, a large amount of blood spurted from the neck of the minotaurs. The 3-meter-tall minotaurs were about to swing their giant axes. Their bodies swayed, and the light in their eyes dimmed. Their huge bodies fell down like a mountain of gold. The minotaurs opened their mouths and spat out a string of red bubbles. Large amounts of blood stained the ground red. Their bodies twitched for a bit before they stopped breathing. Although the barbarians weren't as tall as the minotaurs, their attacks were much fiercer. Their giant axes cut through the air and viciously slashed at the minotaur's armor. Even the well-forged armor couldn't withstand the barbarians' strength. A terrifying gash was torn open, and hot blood gushed out. The minotaurs suffered heavy losses under the combined attack of the northern battlefront city soldiers and the minotaurs controlled by Crazy. Seduction. Just as Su Luan was about to continue and kill the minotaurs, a pink light flashed again. The minotaurs that were fighting suddenly stopped. Everyone stop. Move back 3 meters. Crazy's voice came from midair. All the Taurans immediately stopped attacking and moved back 3 meters according to Crazy's instructions. Seeing this, Su Luan was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He knew Crazy's charm was powerful, and even women couldn't resist it. However, he didn't expect it to be this powerful. 200 to 300 minotaurs were controlled by her charm in a row. Normal charm didn't have such a powerful effect. The reason why Crazy's charm was so powerful was because of the charm nature of her self-created hero template. Her charm, which was a self-created hero template, could directly make the enemy change sides. Coupled with the charm of a succubus, its power was even more terrifying. One had to know that even barbarians with strong will would most likely be controlled by Crazy's charm. Chris, you controlled all of them. Although Su Luan had seen it, he still found it hard to believe. Of course, these calves are now my subordinates. Chris said proudly. How? How did you do it? Su Luan looked at his little succubus in surprise. Crazy snorted proudly. She gently flapped her wings and landed on the ground. Minotaurs exist in the abyss as well. They have the bloodline of demons. These creatures have a natural worship for demons. If they drink demon blood and evolve into minotaurs, it will be difficult to deal with them. But right now, ordinary minotaurs have a hard time resisting the effects of charm. Of course, the prerequisite is that the caster is a demon, Chris said proudly as she flapped her demonic wings a few times. Looking at the brave minotaurs standing there obediently, the people of North Town City felt a strong sense of disharmony. For them, who had just prepared for a fierce battle, it was like a dream. At the same time, it made them feel uncomfortable as if they had punched cotton with all their might. Although the two sides were on opposing sides, seeing these powerful minotaurs being controlled so easily, even their life and death, made the surrounding troops look at Crazy with awe. Especially the barbarians who had experienced it once. When they saw Crazy's gaze, they were like mice who saw a cat. They kept quiet out of fear. Ahem, alright, everyone stop standing there. Some of you go and release the captured dwarves. Others, go and clean up the battlefield. Su Luan coughed and started to do his job. Chris, you want those minotaurs to put down their weapons. Okay. Chris nodded. She then saw the minotaurs put down their weapons one by one. The minotaurs didn't suffer heavy casualties. In the previous battle and the damage from the ballistae, about 30 minotaurs had died. Some of the injured ones were saved by Sullen's spells. Next, Su Luan led people to clean up the collection in the Minotaurs' camp. The Minotaurs were the most powerful tribe in the surrounding area, and they were a race that liked to rob and plunder. They had a very rich collection. Su Luan found a lot of high-quality gems and some precious metals. The Minotaurs didn't care much about gold and silver. They mostly just robbed for the sake of looting, not for the sake of looting. The members of the chaotic evil faction didn't care about other things, so the probability of strange things appearing was the highest. Su-Len wasn't surprised by anything they did. In addition to these things, there was also a lot of iron ore. The Minotaurs knew how to smelt iron and forge equipment. These things were left behind by them when they were forging equipment. There should be a lot of ore veins around this camp. The imprisoned Grey Dwarves were also rescued. These Grey Dwarves seemed to be good people. In addition to the Grey Dwarves, there were many other underworld races imprisoned in the Minotaurs' camp. The Minotaurs liked to enslave slaves. Basically, all the underworld races liked to do this. In addition to the Grey Dwarves, there were also bugbears and earth goblins. As for the weak ones, they were directly killed by the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs didn't care about the weak ones at all. Now, these slaves and the Minotaurs had all become the spoils of war of the northern town city. Su-Len asked the others to clean up the battlefield. He then asked the Grey Dwarves to explore the ore veins and organize people to mine the obsidian. The wizard tower required a lot of obsidian, and the previous stockpile was almost used up. Looking at the Tauren camp, Su-Len found that the location was pretty good. Although he hadn't finished exploring it, as far as he was concerned, the minerals here were still very rich. Su-Len was going to build a city here and then mine the surrounding mines. After arranging other things, Su-Len began to look at his harvest. The harvest this time was not bountiful. Defeating the Minotaurs only gave him 3,000 experience points. What surprised Su-Len was the 2 gold chests. He casually opened the 2 gold chests. A light flashed, and a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold chest. You have obtained the item Mount Horse tag. Congratulations, host. You have opened a gold chest. You have obtained the item 100/steel. Su-Len took out the mount plate. He had gotten one before, but it was the most common black-maned horse, which was not much different from an ordinary warhorse. But this time, the mount plate he got was the Pegasus. Su-Len looked at the mount horse tag in his hand. It looked ordinary, and the material was smooth. It seemed to be a type of jade, but it felt warm and comfortable. There were some cloud patterns on one side of the mount horse tag, and the other side was a Pegasus. The Pegasus was lifelike, as if it was going to jump out at any moment. Pegasus mount horse tag, after use, summon a majestic Pegasus as a mount. After riding, it can greatly increase movement speed and attack power. It can also fly. Speed plus 15. Fly, the Pegasus has the ability to fly. Space travel, can quickly escape from battle and is not affected by dimensional anchor, space imprisonment, and other spells. Looking at the attributes of the Pegasus mount horse tag, Su-Len was so surprised that his jaw dropped. He was still wondering what kind of mount he would get this time. He didn't expect to get such a big surprise. Su-Len still didn't have the ability to fly. Of course, with the help of the Wind Dragon flag or the Thunder Domain, he could fly for a short period of time. However, the speed was not very fast, and it would consume a lot of energy. With this Pegasus, Su-Len could fly freely in the sky. The Pegasus was much cooler than a wizard's flying broom. Compared to the adepts who rode on flying brooms and flying tools, riding a Pegasus was like comparing an Audi to an Alto. In addition to flying, the Pegasus also had a very powerful ability to travel through space. It could actually ignore the effects of spells like dimensional anchor and spatial imprisonment and directly travel through space to escape. With this ability, those sneak attacks and decapitation tactics were basically ineffective against it. Of course, this also meant that it was foolproof. The same spell in the hands of a wizard apprentice and a legendary wizard would have the same effect. Whether or not one could escape depended on the strength of both sides. Of course, with the Pegasus ability, normal legendary wizards could basically ignore it. Su-Len picked up the Pegasus mount horse tag and chose to use it. The tag turned into a ray of light and merged with Su-Len's body. In the next second, a portal appeared next to him, and a horse's neigh sounded. A white light flashed in front of Sullen's eyes, and a handsome horse suddenly appeared next to him. This horse was completely white, and there was not a single trace of color on its body. Its body was tall, and its limbs were long. Its steps were light, and its muscles were well proportioned. Its eyes were bright. Even people who didn't know anything about horses could tell it was a good horse. This horse was lowering its head and rubbing Sullen's face. Sulen reached out his hand and stroked its mane. It was smooth and soft. It was very comfortable. After a while, Sulen got on the horse. The Pegasus neighed and stood up like a human. Then, it dashed forward with a whoosh. The northern fortress city soldiers in the camp only saw a white shadow fly past them. Before they could react, the shadow had already disappeared in front of them. Sulen could only feel the scenery in front of him quickly passing by, but he didn't feel any bumps. Even the wind in front of him didn't change. The Pegasus was running very fast. After running for a while, a pair of pure white wings suddenly appeared on its side. The Pegasus that was running directly soared into the sky. Chapter 284. Sulen only felt another force enveloping him, and then the draconic horse under him soared into the air. The heavenly horse quickly traveled through the air, and its 4 hooves were covered in clouds. The heavenly horse moved through the air as if it was walking on flat ground. Its speed increased once again, and its figure flew past the dome of the underground world like a bolt of lightning. After riding the Pegasus for 2 laps in the underground world, Sulen returned to the camp of the Taurans. The height of the underground world was limited, so the Pegasus needed to control its altitude when flying. When returning to the camp, it was still a little grumpy. Obviously, the Pegasus had not enjoyed itself enough just now. Sulen rubbed the heavenly horse's head and comforted it before walking towards the camp. "Boss, where did you find such a beautiful horse?" Johnson was about to go out when he saw Sulen bringing a horse back. The horse was pure white without a single trace of color. It was very beautiful, and people could not help but want to touch it. "Ouch!" Johnson cried out in pain. It turned out that just now, he did not succeed in touching it. Instead, he was bitten by the heavenly horse. "Hey, you want to go to the sky with a horse?" Johnson reached out and prepared to take care of the heavenly horse. Sulen looked at Johnson with a playful expression. The heavenly horse was not an ordinary horse. After the system merged with the rules of this world, it became more suitable for the growth of this plane, and the heavenly horse was the same. Sulen's heavenly horse was actually a heavenly creature. According to the division of the Magi, it should belong to the 7 hills of paradise. It was the same type of creature as the unicorn, and its strength was not weaker than the unicorn. It could be considered a type of divine creature. Although it did not have the strength of a legend rank, if you underestimated them, you would suffer a great loss. As expected, Johnson and the Pegasus fought, but in the end, he was chased and beaten up by the Pegasus. Although Johnson was strong, the Pegasus could fly, and its speed was fast, so Johnson could not catch it at all. Furthermore, this guy was very vengeful, so he used his hind hooves to fiercely hit Johnson on the head, causing a big bump to appear on Johnson's bald head, causing Sulen to want to laugh. All right, little horse." Sulen comforted the Pegasus so that it would no longer attack Johnson. Only then did the Pegasus stop attacking. Then, when Johnson wasn't paying attention, it spat saliva all over his face. "Boss, this horse is too powerful. I actually lost to a horse." Johnson rubbed his head and said with a sad face. "Be content. This is a Pegasus, a heavenly creature. It's normal that you can't beat it." Sulen glanced at him and said, "Heavenly realm creatures are amazing." Johnson curled his lips and said, feeling unconvinced in his heart. He muttered softly, "What Pegasus? To put it bluntly, it's still a horse. If it's a horse, it has to be ridden." Harumph. The Pegasus raised its 2 hooves and was about to step on him. "Good horse, don't lower yourself to his level." Sulen stroked the mane of the Pegasus and comforted it. At the same time, he quickly sent Johnson away. This guy had a big mouth. If he stayed for a while, he would definitely be beaten again. Bringing the Pegasus back to the camp, Hathaway, Chris and Karina were all very interested in the Pegasus. They were all spellcasters, so they could naturally feel that the magic energy contained in the Pegasus's body was not any weaker than theirs. Sulen, what's going on with this horse? Hathaway looked at the Pegasus in surprise. Sulen patted the back of the Pegasus and said proudly, "This is a Pegasus. I met it by accident. It was impressed by my wisdom and strength, so it took the initiative to ask to be my mount." Hearing Sulen's shameless words, the Pegasus could not help but roll its eyes. This is a Pegasus. Hathaway automatically filtered out the information in Sulen's words and stared at the Pegasus with shining eyes. As a wizard, Hathaway knew that the Pegasus and the unicorn were both heavenly creatures. Divine creatures were very rare in the material world. The unicorn was still okay. In the past, when the elf forest was not closed, there were many unicorns living there. However, since the elf forest was closed, unicorns were very rare. Another reason why there were so few unicorns was that they were often hunted by others. It could be said that every part of a unicorn's body was a treasure. The horn on its head was a very important magic material that had very special uses. Its blood also contained magic power, and many evil gods liked unicorns as sacrifices. Although unicorns were powerful, those who dared to hunt unicorns were not mediocre. Each and every one of them was naturally powerful. This was also why unicorns were so rare in the outside world. In fact, even with the protection of druids and elves, unicorns were still an endangered species in the material plane. According to a wizard who did not want to be named, there were at least a dozen magic items made from unicorns in this world. For thousands of years, the number of unicorns in the prime material plane had been in a state of slow decline. Pegasi were even rarer in the prime material plane. Suluan's Pegasus could be said to be the only one that had appeared in the prime material plane in the past few hundred years. "Didn't you see it?" Sulen said proudly. "Can I take some of its blood?" Hathaway pulled Sulen and asked, "Just a little. It won't hurt." Pfft. Suddenly, the Pegasus spat at Hathaway. Ha! Seeing Hathaway's embarrassed look, Sulen couldn't help but laugh. "Don't think about it. The Pegasus can understand you." Sulen saw Hathaway's angry look and said, "The Pegasus is a divine creature. Its intelligence is not inferior to humans. If you want its blood, you can talk to it yourself." Sulen shrugged. Although he could force the Pegasus to cooperate, it would definitely make the Pegasus uncomfortable. Therefore, Sulen did not care and let them talk on their own. After hearing Sulen's words, Hathaway could only give up for now. However, she made up her mind to find a way to get the Pegasus's blood. "Can I try riding it?" Chris, who was at the side, looked at the Pegasus with shining eyes. It was obvious that she also liked this Pegasus. However, as an abyss demon, she was at odds with a heavenly realm creature. It was already good enough that the two of them did not fight when they met. "It's okay. I'll talk to it later. It shouldn't be a problem." Sulen looked at the little succubus's eager expression and couldn't bear to refuse. "Really?" The little succubus Chris hugged Sulen's arm. The pair of D+ peaks on her body kept rubbing against him. Sulen's anger was immediately aroused. As if sensing the change in Sulen, the little succubus gently blew into his ear. Then, before Sulen could fire, she ran away. "You can hide for a while, but can you hide for a while? I'll use the plasma cannon to deal with you tonight." Seeing the little succubus running away, Sulen had already made a decision in his heart. Suluan let the Pegasus roam around the camp by itself and then returned to his room. There were still some things he needed to deal with. The first was the problem of the Minotaurs. After the previous battle, there were still 302 Minotaurs alive. They were powerful heavy infantry, and their charge was not inferior to heavy cavalry. If he could subdue them, there would naturally be many benefits. However, The problem was that these minotaurs were all controlled by the little succubus's charm. If they broke free from the charm, they would definitely rebel. Although the probability was very low, it could not be ignored. Sulen still had no way to control them. Perhaps the concentration camp that he built to imprison the dwarves would have some effect. He planned to imprison these minotaurs when he returned and test the effect. In addition to the problem of the minotaurs, there was also the problem of building a city here. To be honest, with the current strength of the northern citadel, it was already very difficult to carry out multiple large-scale projects at the same time. Building a city here would be more difficult in terms of manpower and other resources. However, just now, he had read the report and map of the nearby mineral veins that the Grey Dwarves had just reported. He had decided to build a city here. It was not that he did not know that there was a shortage of manpower and resources, but there were too many good things here. Not to mention the obsidian mine, there were also mana crystals, fire copper, iron, gold, gem, silver, Kana's iron, and more than a dozen other minerals. Although he did not know the output of these mineral veins, the current minerals were enough for Sulen to build a dungeon here. There were not many other creatures in the area where the minotaurs lived. If he wanted to build a city, he would need a lot of manpower. Sulen did not plan to transfer manpower from the surface world. After all, the northern citadel was already very busy. He planned to capture slaves in the underworld. The first batch of slaves were the ones that they had just rescued from the minotaurs. As they were saved from the evil minotaurs, the slaves were very grateful and wanted to repay Sulen. Since they were so enthusiastic, Sulen had no choice but to reluctantly accept them. Therefore, these people became the new city's first batch of slaves. Of course, to build a dungeon, it was not enough to rely on these people. He had to capture more slaves from the surrounding areas. Although the population of the underworld was far less than that of the surface world, there were still many options for capturing slaves. The most common ones were the Houndhead men and gnomes. These two creatures were very common both on the surface world and in the underworld. Sulen also controlled a Houndhead men tribe with thousands of people. He just needed to bring those Houndhead men to build the dungeon. Other than the Houndhead men, there were also many gnomes, cavemen, goblins, gnomes, and orcs living in the caves. Other than the information about the mineral veins, most of the surrounding topographic maps had been drawn. In the maps, Sulen found an underground lake. This was the main water source of the Tauran tribe. Other than the underground lake, the Grey Dwarves also found some broken underground ruins. However, there were some monsters around the ruins, so they did not get close. On the other side of the camp, there were a few tunnels that led to unknown places. Chapter 285. Sulen already knew about the tunnels that the Grey Dwarves had found. When he killed the necromancer last time, he learned from the necromancer's diary that the necromancer had come here from one of the tunnels. The necromancer was not a normal person. Why would a normal person keep a diary and write down everything they knew? Wasn't that helping the enemy? One of the tunnels led to the Underdark, which was the base camp of the Drows. It was much more dangerous than the underground world that Sulen now occupied. Sulen had no plans to go there for the time being. Besides, he had to guard against the enemy's sneak attack. After looking at the surrounding topographic map, Sulen was very interested in the ruins that the Grey Dwarves had found. He sent someone to summon the Grey Dwarves who had found the ruins. A few minutes later, 2 Grey Dwarves were brought in by the guards. "Is this the ruin that you found?" Sulen asked directly. "Yes, Master. When my team and I were exploring the surrounding mineral veins, we found that there were monsters gathered here. Oh, by the way, there's a tribe of goblins living near the ruins. They should know more about the ruins," the Grey Dwarf said respectfully. "Tribe of goblins? We're short of manpower here." "Capture them," Sulen said directly. It didn't take too much manpower to deal with a tribe of goblins. Sulen took 100 Grey Dwarves and 2 teams of centaurs and prepared to go. Hathaway heard that there was a ruin there and strongly wanted to go with them. The army made some simple preparations and set off quickly. Sulen rode in the middle of the team on a Pegasus, while Hathaway rode on a black-maned horse with a look of resentment. She originally wanted to ride with Sulen on the Pegasus, but the Pegasus was unwilling and wouldn't let Hathaway on it no matter what. Obviously, the little guy was still very vengeful. The underground ruins were not far from here. After passing through 2 tunnels and an underground cave, the group arrived near the underground ruins. "Master, there are the underground ruins. The goblins living here are in the northeast direction," the Grey Dwarf who acted as the guide said. "Lead the way." "Let's capture the goblins first before exploring the ruins," Sulen said with a nod. The group continued to move forward under the lead of the Grey Dwarf. The underground cavern was huge, and they could vaguely hear the sound of an underground river flowing. Moss and mushrooms grew on the ground, and on the other side of the underground cavern was a large stalactite cave. Flutter. At this time, the sound of wings flapping suddenly came from the karst cave. It seemed to be approaching here. Suluan looked up and soon saw a black cloud flying out of the dark karst cave. At the same time, there was a squeaking sound. "It's a vampire bat." Upon hearing these noises, the Grey Dwarves immediately reacted. As underground creatures, they were very familiar with the sounds of vampire bats. Vampire bats were notorious in the underground world. Individually, they weren't strong, but there were too many of them. Every time they moved out, there would be tens of thousands of them. Furthermore, they liked to swarm the enemy when they attacked. These palm-sized bats were extremely ferocious. Even an elephant would be sucked dry of blood in less than a minute. Due to their large numbers, small size, and agile bodies, they were very difficult to deal with for ordinary creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of vampire bats quickly flew over. At the same time, these vampire bats continuously emitted strange sound waves. Although these sound waves couldn't be heard, they made people feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Ice storm. Thunderstorm. A tornado formed by ice blades suddenly appeared. Along with the sharp ice blades, large numbers of vampire bats were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. For a moment, the surrounding air was filled with the smell of blood. Then, a dazzling flash of lightning appeared. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, large numbers of lightning snakes jumped and swam in the sky. The vampire bats that had just flown over were immediately turned into charcoal by the lightning snakes and fell to the ground. Soon, the ground was covered with a layer of vampire bat corpses. After clearing out the vampire bats, the army continued forward. After more than an hour, Sulen finally saw the underground ruins. The gnome tribe was about 2 to 3 kilometers away from the ruins. Without stopping, the army launched an attack on the gnome tribe. There were many bugbears and earth goblins in the tribe. These bugbears were about 1.6 meters tall and were much stronger than their cousins, the green goblins. Moreover, they were very disciplined. After discovering that someone was attacking, they quickly formed a simple spear formation. Although most of their weapons were bone spears or rusted metal, it wasn't easy to form a formation in such a short time. However, the gnomes were still gnomes. Although their neat formation made them look threatening, under the superior weapons and armor of the dwarves and the arrows of the centaurs, the bugbears were quickly scattered and captured. Seeing that the battle was over, Sulen stepped forward and asked, "Which one of you is the leader?" The gnomes looked at each other, but no one answered his question. "Sir, the gnomes don't speak the surface language," a grey dwarf whispered to Sulen. Sulen was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the light was dim, so no one could see clearly. "Ahem, Hathaway, cast language proficiency on me." Sulen coughed. Hathaway held back her laughter and cast language proficiency on Sulen. Sulen asked the gnomes again. "Sir, our leader has just been killed by you." A gnome trembled as he spoke. "All right, which one of you knows the specific situation of the ruins?" Sulen changed his question. "Sir, Borat is the most familiar with the ruins," a gnome stepped forward and said. "You are Borat?" Sulen asked. "I am," Sir, the gnome said flatteringly. Su-Len nodded and said, how much do you know about the ruins? Sir, there is a devil's curse in the ruins. You will be affected by the curse if you go near it. There are also many terrifying monsters in there. Devil's curse? Su-Len raised his eyebrows. It's a devil's curse. People who go near it will be cursed. Their bodies will become weak and their minds will go crazy. Some people will mutate and become horribly twisted. However, without exception, they will become crazy. The monsters in there are also very crazy, but the strange thing is that these monsters will not leave the area. The curse will weaken after leaving the area. Bring us there. According to what you said, there won't be any big problems in a short time, Su-Len said directly. He then waved his hand and left some soldiers to watch over the captives. He then led the rest to the ruins. As for Borat's objection, it was directly ignored. Hathaway, come with me. I keep feeling that there is something wrong with the devil's curse. Okay. Soon, the group was divided into two groups again. More than half of them stayed in the gnome tribe to watch over it. Su-Len led two groups of grey dwarves and a group of centaurs to the ruins. As Sullen's group approached the ruins, they could see many broken walls scattered on the ground. These buildings had been there for a long time and were severely damaged. It was impossible to recognize their original appearance. Many places were in a mess. It seemed that other people had been here to search. This situation was normal. It would be abnormal if no one came to search the ruins. They did not waste any time outside the ruins. They continued to go deeper into the ruins. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Some faint sounds came from the ruins. Su-Len waved his hand and signaled everyone to stop. Soon, a huge black shadow rushed toward them. It's the death pincers. Run. When Borat saw the black shadow, he was so scared that he turned around to run. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned around, a grey dwarf soldier beside him kicked him to the ground. Then, a sharp axe was placed against his neck. If he runs again, cut off his legs. Su-Len said coldly. Yes, sir. As soon as the voice faded, the rocks in front were all smashed away by the shadow. Then, a huge 8-legged armored creature appeared in front of them. It had a pair of exaggeratedly huge jaws in its mouth, and its huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Its whole body was wrapped in a layer of black carapace, and it rushed forward violently. Hiss! When the grey dwarves saw this ferocious-looking insect, they all gasped. This thing was too big. It was even bigger than an elephant. The death pincers. Mutated creature, challenge rating 12+, the huge monster in front of them was actually a type of mutated insect. It had mutated because of the mana pollution radiation. Its huge jaws could easily bite a dwarf's armor in half. At the same time, its body had a strong defense. Its carapace had a layer of metallic luster, and its vitality was also very strong. For the grey dwarves, this type of mutated monster was still a big threat. However, it was unlucky to encounter Su-Len. A monster of this level would only give him some extra loot. Lightning spear. A spear made of lightning suddenly appeared. A large amount of lightning gathered, and in the next second, the lightning spear instantly hit the charging death pincers. The huge death pincer worm's body instantly stiffened, and a fist-sized hole appeared in its hard carapace. Then, its entire body was covered in lightning, and its 8 legs twitched a few times before it collapsed with a loud bang. A large amount of blood gushed out. The death pincers was done for. He waved his hand and asked a few grey dwarves to drag the body of the death pincers over. The meat of this kind of beetle was inedible, but its carapace was still a good material. It was suitable to be used to make shields or armor. Chapter 286. Su-Len looked at the map. There were many red dots on the map. Be careful. There are many other mutant creatures here. After dealing with the loot, the group continued forward. 2 gray dwarves escorted an earth goblin in front, followed by Sulen and Hathaway. We can't go any closer. If we go any further, we'll be in the territory of the ghosts, Borat said in horror after moving forward for a while. There are a lot of ghosts. Once we enter, they'll pounce on us like crazy. Ghosts? Sullen's eyes lit up. Ghosts, the undead creatures, were most often found in mass graves or cemeteries without priests to purify them. They were also found in areas where a large number of creatures had died. It was easy for them to be born in areas where the aura of the undead was strong. Ghosts usually appeared at night, but there was no sun in the underground world. They could appear at any time. There were many types of ghosts, but they all had one thing in common. They had something that they couldn't let go of. It was called obsession or resentment. It was said that if you helped a ghost fulfill its obsession or resentment, you could get a reward from the ghost, such as a high-grade soul crystal. Of course, it was very difficult to fulfill the obsession of a ghost. After all, after turning into a ghost, they had basically lost their rationality. It was not easy to know their obsession and fulfill it. Sulen needed a lot of soul crystals now. Now that he encountered a ghost, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He ignored the earth goblin's cries and directly led him into the territory of the ghosts. As soon as he entered, Sulen felt the obvious difference. The temperature here was a few degrees lower than outside. There was a sudden fog in the surroundings. He didn't know when it started, but there were gusts of cold wind. It seemed that countless people were crying softly. How many people died here? It's a land of the undead. Sulen said in surprise after noticing the surroundings. I feel at least 100 ghosts here, Hathaway said with a frown. Faintly discernible shadows appeared in the mist. They were like wandering ghosts. At this moment, Sulen suddenly felt his vision blur. The next second, the scenery around him changed completely. When his vision was restored, he found himself in the middle of a starry sky. The scenery around him changed rapidly. For a moment, he saw high-rise buildings and heavy traffic. For a moment, he saw a bustling city in Middle World. At this moment, Sulen felt like he was watching an unedited movie. He saw the mature and beautiful Lady Elizabeth J. of Cullen City. Her body was as hot and tempting as ever. She begged him to stay, and she was willing to be his mistress. Even the other nobles in Kalen City expressed their support for him to become the new governor. The next second, he appeared in the office again. He ate and worked hard at the same time. It can actually reflect the memories in my heart. This is no longer something that a spirit can do. Seeing the various scenes in front of him, Sulen quickly reacted. What he encountered this time was actually a ghost with the ability to dream. This kind of ghost with the ability to peek into the deepest memories in people's hearts, and then according to these memories, weave the most unforgettable scene in one's heart, the most desired scene. Once you were immersed in this dream of nothingness, it was very likely that you would never wake up. It would use the most terrifying scene in your memory to completely defeat you when you were the most immersed in it, and then turn you into resources for its continued growth. However, this spirit with the ability to dream probably didn't expect Sulen's dream to be so different. On one side, it was the current technological society. On the other side, it was the middle world's magical world. There were two completely unrelated worlds, which gave Sulen the feeling that several completely unrelated movies had been randomly edited and spliced together. The state of the movie was too bad, and the story was too bad. How could he be immersed in it? It's better to be a good editor who can use the ability to dream. Sulen shook his head and sighed with emotion. At this moment, the spirit controlling the dream seemed to have finally made a decision. Sulen's vision turned black, and the next second, he appeared in a strange yet familiar place. Little Sue, help me send this document to Mr. Wang. Little Sue, this is your performance pay for this month. Check it. Little Sue, the final payment of Mr. Zhang's order from last time hasn't arrived yet. Hurry him up. All kinds of noises sounded. Sulen's eyes were a little confused. Little Sue, what's wrong? are you too tired? A woman in her 30s patted Sullen's shoulder. Nothing, I was distracted, sisterly, Sulen said casually. After a busy day, Sulen dragged his tired body back home. Sullen's house was in an old neighborhood. It was a neighborhood built by the textile factory in the 80s of his previous world. Although it was old, when he stepped into the house, his heart was filled with warmth. Mom, I'm back, Sulen shouted. Little treasure, you're back. I'll heat up the food for you. Mrs. Su took off her reading glasses and stood up from the sofa. When she saw her son's smiling face, she turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen. Mom, don't bother. I'll do it myself. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Where's Dad? Sulen quickly asked. Your Uncle Zhang asked him to go over and help. He'll be back in a while. Sulen skillfully heated up the food and started eating. It was still that familiar taste. As always, it was disgusting. Sulen, who had eaten this dish for more than 20 years, habitually complained. Soon, Mr. Su returned from outside. I've told old Zhang that I'll go to work with him tomorrow. Dad, you're already 60 years old. Why are you still going to work? Can't you just rest at home? Sulen put down the bowl and said. What rest? You've been retired for half a year. You're 28 years old this year. It's time to find a partner and get married. If you don't have some money, how can you get a wife? Besides, there's still your brother. How can I rest? Mr. Su directly retorted. In the following days, Sulen was busy with work every day. When he returned home, although life was tough, he still felt very warm. On this day, after having dinner with his family, Sulen slowly stood up. Mom, Dad, little brother, I'm leaving. Take care. Little brother, I'm not here anymore. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Mom and Dad in the future. Little treasure, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Mrs. Su's face changed and she asked anxiously. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Su's face darkened. Brother, don't tell me you owe money. Su Jing asked. Goodbye. Although I can't bear to part, it's time for me to leave. Sulen smiled faintly and reflected the scene in front of him in the depths of his mind. There was a flash of light. The whole world was like a mirror. In an instant, it shattered into pieces and all the images disappeared. Once again, a gray fog appeared in front of him. A flash of lightning pierced through the surrounding fog. Sulen glanced around. The others were still trapped in their own dreams and had not woken up. Sulen only broke the dream that trapped him. If the others wanted to come out, they had to break the dream themselves or get rid of the person who created the dream. I should thank you for letting me see them again. Now, it's time to end it. Faintly discernible shadows appeared. In the next second, these shadows quickly gathered in the middle. Evil thoughts and spiritual attacks continuously attacked Sullen's mind. If a person with a weak willpower encountered such a powerful spiritual attack, they would easily be attacked by this powerful spiritual attack and become an idiot. However, this time, the spiritual attacks failed. All the spiritual attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. After entering Sullen's body, they disappeared without a trace. A strange person with countless faces appeared in front of him. His face was constantly changing. Happiness, anger, sadness, joy, all kinds of expressions appeared alternately. With the appearance of the figure, the surrounding cold aura instantly intensified by more than 10 times. Some frost seemed to have appeared on the ground, and the entire space was shrouded in extremely dense negative energy. Thousand-faced Soul Eater. When he saw this figure, Sulen recognized this monster. This was a very powerful type of spirit creature. In fact, it was not just a spirit, but a monster formed by the fusion of hundreds and thousands of spirits. Its most bizarre ability was to manipulate dreams. Even a legendary spellcaster would fail miserably at such an easy task. Sulen was not affected by it. On one hand, he had the memories of his previous life and the memories of his current life. The difference between the two was too big. He could easily escape from the dream. On the other hand, he had the iron will attribute. With this attribute, his spiritual resistance was shockingly high. Perhaps other legendary wizards would find it difficult to deal with the thousand-faced soul eater, but Sullen's ability just happened to be able to suppress it. Spiritual attack. Life siphon. Streaks of spiritual energy turned into countless spikes and rushed towards Sulen. This was the manifestation of spiritual interference. At the same time, a ferocious ghost face appeared beside Sulen. It then took a deep breath towards Sulen. Little bits of green life force floated out from Sullen's body. However, in the next second, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his body and instantly hit the ferocious ghost face. Lightning domain. Dazzling lightning shot out from Sullen's body. The surrounding attacks were instantly torn to pieces. Lightning spear. A large amount of lightning quickly gathered in Sullen's hand. A lightning spear completely condensed from lightning appeared in his hand. The lightning spear pierced through the mist and instantly hit the figure. The azure lightning power exploded in an instant. Countless lightning snakes wreaked havoc in the surrounding space. Even the thick aura of death was torn to pieces at this moment. Screams filled with unwillingness and hatred raged in the ears. Chapter 287. Death Gaze. A black ray of light suddenly appeared and hit Sulen directly in the next second. Sulen only felt a chill in his body, and the power of thunder in his body instantly burst out, directly dispersing the energy with the aura of death. Feeling the aura of death, Sulen also broke out in a cold sweat. Death Gaze was a very dangerous ability that completely ignored defense. It only had one effect, which was instant death. The enemy hit by this ability would go through a judgment of death. If the judgment failed, then even if the enemy was a giant dragon, they would die immediately. Of course, the probability of this judgment of death was very low, but its effect was also very scary. It was impossible to gamble with one's life every time. The probability of the judgment of death was related to the level of both sides, as well as spell resistance, physique, and many other factors. Sulen did not expect that the thousand-faced soul eater in front of him would have this skill. Of course, there were also many creatures that were immune to death gaze, such as gods and demigods who only had divinity. They were immune to this skill, and there were also undead, golems, and elemental creatures that were immune to the instant death effect. After seeing this skill, Sullen's vigilance increased greatly. Lightning flashed. Thunder prison. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and instantly hit the thousand-faced soul eater. The thunderbolt turned into thunder and lightning, enveloping the entire area in it. The thousand-faced soul eater suddenly let out a painful howl, and a large number of ghosts flew out of its body. Then, they were instantly enveloped by the surrounding power of thunder and lightning. The undead aura on these ghosts quickly disappeared under the power of thunder and lightning. After opening the thunder and lightning domain, the surrounding space had completely turned into a world of thunder and lightning, with countless bolts of lightning swimming in the air. The thousand-faced soul eater noticed that its power was getting weaker and weaker. According to this process, it would not be long before it was directly purified. Faced with such a crisis, the thousand-faced soul eater naturally would not wait for death. Countless bodies made up of ghosts kept changing, trying to break through the thunder and lightning cage. Every time it collided with the thunder and lightning, it would consume some of its power. Soul howl. A wave of soul power instantly erupted from the thousand-faced soul eater. Sulen felt as if his head was suddenly being hammered by a dozen hammers. Intense pain wreaked havoc in his mind. After a while, the pain disappeared. Sulen felt a warm sensation at the tip of his nose. He reached out and touched it. A large amount of blood was oozing out of his nostrils. Damn it! Sullen's expression was ugly. The howling of the soul had almost driven Sulen crazy. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. Under the attack just now, Sullen's thunder prison also weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the thousand-faced soul eater forcefully escaped from the thunder prison after consuming a large number of spirits. In the next second, strange weeping sounds could be heard. In the land of the undead, the fog appeared again. Blurry figures also appeared in the fog. These figures wandered around Su Len and let out evil grins. Many spirits even wanted to suck the life energy from Su Len. However, as the thunder and lightning on Sullen's body surged again, the spirits that couldn't dodge in time were instantly enveloped by the thunder and lightning. The bodies made of fog instantly exploded. Then, the spirits that were further away screamed in horror and fled from Sullen's surroundings. Thunderbolt. After the thousand-faced soul eater escaped from the thunder prison, it instantly blended into the surrounding spirits. With the help of the spirit's disguise, Su Len could not find its true body. Seeing this situation, the thunder and lightning energy in Sullen's body quickly circulated. The powerful thunder and lightning energy erupted again. A thundercloud shrouded the sky and a large amount of thunder and lightning kept rolling. In the next second, hundreds of thunder and lightning bolts fell from the sky and enveloped the entire space. The spirits in this space were all enveloped by the thunder and lightning. Ordinary spirits couldn't withstand the thunder and lightning attack at all. In an instant, a large number of spirits were killed. Su Len looked around and instantly saw the figure of the thousand-faced soul eater. Found you. With a flash of thunder and lightning, Sullen's body disappeared in an instant. In the next second, he appeared in front of the thousand-faced soul eater. Thunderstorm. Powerful thunder and lightning energy came from Sullen's body and then exploded in an instant. The dazzling thunder and lightning directly lit up the dark underground space. Thunder Spear. A spear condensed from thunder and lightning appeared in Sullen's hand. This time, he didn't throw it. Instead, he directly grabbed the thunder spear and stabbed the thousand-faced soul eater. The powerful thunder and lightning energy directly exploded in the body of the thousand-faced soul eater. Roar! With a miserable howl, the thousand-faced soul eater's body exploded like fireworks. Countless shadows flew out of her body. The thunder and lightning completely tore her body apart. In the end, countless spirits were purified by the thunder and lightning energy. The surrounding death energy dissipated and the fog dispersed. Figures appeared in this space. These figures looked at Su Len blankly. They seemed to want to say something, but in the next second, countless spiritual lights dissipated with the wind. These spirits that were once trapped here were completely freed by the thunder and lightning energy. However, because their souls were also destroyed, they directly entered the Origin Sea and formed a new soul in the Origin Sea. After all the spirits dispersed, the shadow of a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in front of Su Len. This middle-aged man should be a spellcaster. After bowing to Su Len in an ancient wizard's way, he turned into countless light spots and scattered with the wind. Thank you. There seemed to be a weak voice in his ear. The voice was ethereal and almost inaudible. Clang! With a soft sound, a purple crystal fell to the ground. This was not condensed by Sullen's soul energy. Instead, it was left behind by the thousand-faced soul eater. This kind of soul crystal could only be condensed after the death of a high-grade spirit body. It contained the final essence of a spirit, and its quality was much higher than that of a man-made soul crystal. Su Len reached out and picked up the soul crystal. The purple soul energy in the soul crystal was pure and transparent. This was a legendary grade soul crystal. Felix's Longing, legendary grade soul crystal. This was the soul crystal condensed by the Arcanist Felix's soul energy. It contained his infinite longing. Felix was the original main body of the thousand-faced soul eater. He was a powerful Arcanist, but for some unknown reason, he died here. However, for some unknown reason, this Arcanist's soul turned into a ghost. Then, over the past few thousand years, he devoured countless souls and finally became the thousand-faced soul eater. In the end, he was freed in Sullen's hands. This soul crystal still contained the last remnants of his longing. The emotions on it seemed to be able to affect Sullen's emotions. After dealing with the thousand-faced soul eater, the fog dissipated. The land of the undead was also purified by Sullen's lightning domain. All the negative energy was dispelled, and the area became normal again. At the same time, after the death of the thousand-faced soul eater, the northern city soldiers and gnomes who had fallen into the dream woke up one after another. However, many of them were still in a daze. It was obvious that they had not woken up from the dream. Hathaway slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, many images flashed through her eyes. It was just a dream after all. Hathaway sighed softly. She quickly recovered. After Hathaway woke up, the others also woke up one after another. However, none of them looked good. It was obvious that the dream they had just experienced was not good. "Is that specter dead?" Hathaway asked. "It's already dead. I didn't expect this specter to evolve into a rare monster like the thousand-faced soul eater. It even has the ability to dream." Sulen said slowly, nodding slightly. "Let's take a break. We'll continue our journey." After the nightmare, although the group did not feel tired physically, they did not feel good mentally. After all, it took a lot of courage to face the thing they feared the most in the dream. Of course, it was not that there were no benefits at all. After going through the training of the dream, the spirit attribute would increase slightly. An increase of 1 or 2 points was not bad. Of course, if one was extremely lucky, they could also obtain the innate talent of strong will. However, Sulen and the others were not very lucky. None of them had awakened the innate talent of strong will. After resting for a while, the group continued to move forward into the ruins. Some mutated insects and giant centipedes appeared. These things were not very strong. Sulen did not have to do anything. They were all taken care of by Hathaway, the Grey Dwarf, and the centaurs. As they continued to go deeper, more and more dilapidated ancient buildings appeared before Sullen's eyes. Sulen even recognized some mining equipment. However, after thousands of years, these equipment had become seriously rusty. Other than being melted down and reforged, there was no other use for them. The ruins were probably built on a vein of ore. Sulen and the others found many mines, but the equipment inside had long decayed. Some of the mines had also collapsed. Sulen picked up some ores to check, but he did not find much. The ores were very pure. It seemed that the ancient arcanists had been mining here for a long time. The veins near the surface were basically all mined. Now, many of these mines had become the nests of underground creatures. Sulen did not destroy the nests. He led the group deeper. Soon, Sulen found some magic lamps left on some stone pillars. These magic lamps had lost their power and could not work. Some were completely broken. There were some damaged walls and machinery around. This seemed to be the mine's factory. There were many traces of battle in this area. It was unknown who left them behind. There was a big explosion on the side. Many of the factory's walls were blown up, but they could still see the magnificence of this building. After arriving here, Sulen also felt the energy that shrouded this place. It made him feel a little depressed. Chapter 288. The area of the ruins was very large, and the periphery was a mining area. Sulen found a lot of railroad tracks and mining equipment, but they had all been abandoned. Sulen and the others did not stay there and continued to move deeper into the ruins. "What's this?" Sulen suddenly saw a flash of metal on the ground next to him. A grey dwarf next to him was very perceptive. He went up the wall and picked up the piece of metal from the rubble. The metal was a fragment of something unknown. Although it was damaged, there was no rust on the surface. The color was somewhat like gold, but the color was a little dim. This is arcanite, an alloy made in the era of the Arcane Empire. It can be used to replace adamantine. Of course, its effect is still not as good as adamantine, but its price is very low compared to adamantine, so it was widely used in many places in the Arcane Empire. Hathaway took a look and immediately identified the material of the metal. But this is because the ancient arcanists were rich. Now this arcanite is traded at the Wizard Fair for 500 kinnar per pound. The piece of arcanite found by Su Len was the size of a fist and weighed about 2 pounds. We just came in and we already have such a harvest. It seems that this secret realm is going to be rich. After passing through the ruins, everything around them was quickly displayed in front of them. This was a very large plaza. Behind the plaza was a dilapidated adept tower. The tower had been broken, and only a dozen meters high was left. The upper part was completely destroyed, and the square was full of broken walls. There were still some passages near the plaza, and there were many buildings in the surroundings. However, most of these buildings had already collapsed, and only a few of them were still relatively intact. These relatively intact buildings were not simple. Unsurprisingly, there were traces of arcane spells here. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Reserve energy activated. Defensive magic-powered guards activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the wall in front of them, and then several tall shadows appeared. There were not many of them, only 6 of them, but their aura was quite amazing. The whole ground trembled slightly. What? What are these? Several grey dwarves looked at the golems that came out and swallowed unconsciously. These are puppet golems from the era of the Arcane Empire. Su Len explained. Be careful, these guys aren't easy to deal with. Su Len was very surprised by the technology of the Arcane Kingdom. After thousands of years, the golem puppets passed down from the era of the Arcane Kingdom could still move. Target locked. Execute the attack order. After the golems locked onto Su Len and the others, they picked up their weapons and charged at them. These golems were different from the steel golems they had seen in the ruins of the secret realm. They were yellowish-green in color and looked like they were made of bronze. The 6 steel golems rushed up, and the dwarven defenders immediately raised their shields and rushed over. Clang! There was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, and the dwarf warrior's axe hit the leg of the steel golem and bounced off. Not a single mark was left on the golem's body. Be careful, attack their joints. Sullen's figure flashed and rushed up. The purple dragon halberd drew an arc and instantly hit the chest of a puppet golem. The chest of the puppet golem was directly pierced, and at the same time, a powerful force of thunder and lightning broke out in an instant, destroying the runic array in the puppet golem. The eyes of the 3-meter-tall puppet golem flickered a few times and then dimmed. A grey dwarf rushed up, but before he could attack, he was kicked out by the puppet golem. Fortunately, the dwarves were all wearing heavy armor. Although they looked a little embarrassed, in fact, their lives were not in danger. Although these steel golems were strong, they were naturally not enough to face Su Len, a legendary strongman. After a while, the 3 puppet golems stopped moving. Although it seemed easy for Su Len to deal with these puppet golems, in fact, if ordinary adventurers encountered these golems, they would be in big trouble. The alloy steel craftsmanship of the era of the Arcane Kingdom could not be damaged by ordinary weapons. In many cases, even if the weapons were scrapped, they might not be able to destroy the golems. If one had to find an adjective to summarize it, it would be to use cold weapons to dismantle a tank. Golems were very resistant to spells and could ignore most of the negative states. To deal with them, in addition to blocking them, they could only break them down. Stone to mud. Hathaway's hand flashed, and then she gently pointed. The foot of another puppet golem that was attacking suddenly softened, and the originally hard rock turned into a muddy swamp. In a breath, the puppet golem sank into the swamp. Although the puppet golems were powerful, they had no place to borrow strength in the swamp and could only slowly descend. If they had enough energy, they could use energy to get out of here. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, it was a miracle that these golems could be activated, let alone have enough energy. Then Hathaway flashed a few more spells, and the remaining 2 golems were all trapped. The 3 puppet golems kept struggling in the swamp, but it was to no avail. After a while, these golems should have run out of energy and were completely motionless. These golems were brought back when we left. Many of the steel golems from the era of the Arcane Empire were lost in craftsmanship. I want to try and see if I can find the answer from them, Hathaway said after dealing with a few golems. Well, when we go back, we'll fish them out. Sulen nodded and said, let's go. Let's see what's in this ruin. Sulen was still in a good mood after dealing with these golems. Sulen had already felt that the ruins were shrouded in a strange energy. He didn't know what it was that the ancient arcanists had built, but it was still effective until now. After entering the houses that were relatively well preserved, they didn't find anything valuable. After thousands of years, very few things could be preserved in good condition. There were a few pieces of armor that seemed to be well preserved, but when they were picked up, they were rusted beyond recognition. A gentle poke would leave a hole. After coming out of these houses, Sulen walked to the wizard tower next to him. In fact, he didn't have much hope. The wizard tower was even more damaged, and there were even fewer valuable things. Walking into the broken wizard tower, Sulen saw a large number of strange bottles and jars. The things inside had been completely decayed, and their original appearance could not be seen. He pushed open the small door next to him, and there was a laboratory behind the small door. In the middle of the room, there was a test bench with a lot of books on the shelves next to it. There were also a lot of materials under it. Although these materials looked intact, they instantly turned into a cloud of dust with a gentle touch. Some strange organs were sealed in some crystal vessels next to it. He didn't know what kind of creature they belonged to. These things had also completely lost their effectiveness due to the loss of magic power. Although many things here were completely damaged, Sulen still found some experiment logs. These experiment logs should be more important information, and they were recorded in a specially processed notebook. Arcane Calendar 1025, 12th of September, I found a special mineral in the underground mineral base in the north. When I first saw this mineral, I noticed that it was different. I swear, this is a brand new metal, and it also has other energy. Arcane Calendar 1025, October 3rd, I extracted 3 kilograms of metal from a ton of ore. This is a silver-white metal. Although I don't know the characteristics of this metal, I think I'm going to be rich this time. Next year on the Arcane Voice, I'll be on the cover. There was a missing part in the middle, as if it was erased by some force. Arcane Calendar 1026, May 8th, my discovery really surprised the people of the Nine Ring Council. They recognized my discovery, but they were unwilling to continue the research. They also warned that this metal is very dangerous. *T, these people are jealous of my research success and want me to give up. Then they will get the fruits of my labor. I will never let them succeed. Arcane Calendar 1026, October 13th, this is really a great metal. It can accelerate the mutation of species. A ferocious bear can actually overturn a ground dragon after mutation. This is really a great discovery. If we use it to cultivate our warriors, we will easily gain a lot of combat power. Year 1027 of the Arcana Calendar, 2nd of March, my first experiment failed. Although Bane's body had strengthened a lot, there were problems with his mind. He became manic and irritable, and his body after the mutation was not as perfect as I thought it would be. Well, I admit that it is very imperfect. Arcane Calendar 1027, April 7th, the experiment failed again. Bane's body also has problems. His body began to age rapidly and even deformed. Arcane Calendar 1027, May 2nd, the Nine Ring Tower sent people to investigate. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. They did not find out about my research. This group of stubborn old people should have been in their coffins long ago. Arcane Calendar 1027, August 6th, why is this? I experimented on insects. Those insects successfully broke through the limit and became bigger and stronger, but why did it fail on humans? Year 1027 of the Arcana Calendar, December 23rd. I'm a genius. I've succeeded. I've succeeded in making a slave strong. It won't be long before my experiment will make those people's jaws drop. Year 1028 of the Arcana calendar, February 4th. My experiment seems to have succeeded. That slave has started to change. Today was really dangerous. There was actually a slave who wanted to escape. I killed that slave and made him into a specimen to scare the other slaves. Chapter 289. Su Len was very satisfied after looking at the stats of the item. This weapon was tailor-made for him. The power of thunder combined with Sullen's own thunder territory made him even more powerful. Next, he would have to face the troll tribe. To Sullen's surprise, Xian brought the caravan back. The snow that fell 2 days ago did not cover the entire northern wasteland. At least, Xian and the caravan did not encounter it. As for why they were late, it was because there were too many people in the caravan. They spent too much time arranging the caravan. This time, the caravan spent 15,000 kinnar and brought back more than 2,000 slaves. In addition to the normal slaves, Xian also bought more than 300 artisan slaves with various skills. They were only able to buy so many artisan slaves with the help of the caravan that cooperated with the northern fortress. Otherwise, they would not have been able to buy them at all. There were also many refugees that followed them here. After a few months of advertising, the northern fortress had gained a lot of fame. Many refugees that could not survive were willing to follow the caravan to the northern fortress. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. Chapter 290. Move this body over. This creature doesn't seem to be that simple, Hathaway suddenly said just as the Durgars were about to skin the monsters. 2 Durgars carried the body over. Hathaway threw the monster's body directly on the workbench, then took out a space bag, took out a knife, pliers, tweezers, and a bunch of professional tools for dissecting, and then put on a protective suit. The whole process took only 2 minutes to complete. You want to dissect them? Sulen asked in surprise. Yes, this creature is a newly discovered creature. I need to understand its body structure and value. Hathaway said without looking up. Then she snapped her fingers, and an energy shield wrapped the monster's body. She then put on gloves and was ready to dissect it. Sulen looked around and looked at Hathaway. A 36D cutie bear girl suddenly took out a bunch of knives to dissect a monster. It was a bit strange. Hathaway didn't notice Sulen's expression. After getting ready, she began to dissect. As an alchemist, Hathaway was also very familiar with dissection. She accurately found the easiest part to dissect, and then quickly dissected the monster's body. Seeing her neat movements, Sulen suddenly felt a chill on his back. He watched as Hathaway dissected a complete body into pieces like a butcher dissecting an ox, and the internal organs were also placed aside. The scales on the monster's body were also separated, and the whole workbench was filled with various internal organs and materials of the monster. After dissecting, Hathaway took out some research tools like a microscope and other equipment from the space bag, and then began to analyze the materials. Seeing that Hathaway was busy, Sulen didn't want to disturb her. He could only start to search the ruins. Sir, we found some strange devices. At this time, a Durgars ran over to report. Strange devices? Over there. Sulen's eyes lit up. The devices in the ruins were left behind from the time of the Arcane Empire, and many of the technologies were still not mastered. If they could find something good to study or repair, they might get unimaginable benefits. In the basement over there. Under the lead of the Durgars, Sulen came to the abandoned building that was still intact. There was a staircase extending downwards in the building, and they went down the stairs to the basement. Because it had been closed for a long time, the air in the basement was very turbid. Sulen snapped his fingers and summoned 2 wind elementals to clean up the dust around them. At the same time, fresh air. The basement area was very large. Sulen roughly observed it. It was the size of a football field. After entering, Sulen clearly felt that the strange energy was getting stronger and stronger. Summoning a ball of light, Sulen began to observe the strange mechanical structure in the basement. It was made of red crystal mixed with a pale gold alloy. Sulen carefully observed for a while and found that the structure of the device was not complicated. Combined with his knowledge of magic and machinery, Sulen roughly judged that it was a device used to amplify the energy field, and the range of coverage was just the range of the ruins. What is this device used for? Sulen frowned and then came to the middle of the device. The device was not damaged and was still working. After circling around the device, Sulen found the core of the device. After hesitating for a moment, Sulen opened the core of the device. The outer shell of the magical device slowly opened, and a cylinder rose from within. Above the cylinder, a small piece of silver-white metal emitting a strange energy field appeared in front of his eyes. This can't be the metal that the Arcanist found, right? The 4-wheel card thought to himself. He immediately reacted to the metal in front of him. However, after seeing this piece of metal, Sulen suddenly felt that this metal seemed to be very similar to something he had learned about in his previous life. This can't be a nuclear material, can it? A thought suddenly appeared in Sulen's mind. He then began to compare the two in his mind. Nuclear radiation could kill creatures and also cause them to mutate, but this mutation was uncontrollable. However, the mutation in this ancient ruin was guided and interfered with by humans. Su Len had reason to believe that this piece of metal was a nuclear material. System, appraise it. Ding. Appraisal complete. The target is a high-purity metal, plutonium. This metal has a strong radiation property. Please take note. After hearing the system's prompt, Sullen's expression became very interesting. He did not expect the Arcanists to be so bold as to use this radioactive metal to induce mutations in living creatures. Judging from the monsters living in the ruins, their experiment was obviously a success. As for the Arcanist who was studying these mutated monsters everywhere, he had died long ago. It was no wonder that the elders of the Nine Ring Towers would oppose his continued research on this radiation mutation. It was really because the uncertainty and danger of this mutation was too high. Even if the human body in this world was good, if ordinary people were exposed to this radiation environment, the mortality rate was still very high. Of course, Sullen's current physical fitness had long been immune to this kind of radiation, and the Grey Dwarves and Centaurs were also not affected much. This metal plutonium was discovered in the later days of the Arcane Empire, but unlike the Arcanist who used it to induce mutation in creatures, other Arcanists studied elemental fission. It was said that this technology was used to provide a stable and huge amount of energy for the floating city. During the Arcane Empire, the floating city had an obstacle that could not be bypassed, and that was the Mice Energy Core. This was a magical energy core. Legend had it that this energy core was born during the era of the New Gods. It was made by some great Arcanists with the power of the goddess of magic. It could provide a huge amount of energy continuously and stably. It was also the appearance of the Mice Energy Core that made the appearance of the floating city a reality. As the saying went, success and failure depended on the same person. The Mice Energy Core had many advantages, such as continuous and stable energy, safety and efficiency, simple maintenance, huge energy, and so on. So, for a long time, the floating city used the Mice Energy Core as its energy core. However, the Mice Energy Core had a fatal flaw, and that was, it had to be connected to the magic net. Only by connecting to the magic net, with the help of the magic net, could it have that huge and almost miraculous energy. Once the magic net was lost, the energy of the Mice Energy Core would rapidly decline. After the Arcanists at that time discovered this problem, they began to study it continuously. Their research had two directions. One was to try the artificial magic net, and the other was to completely abandon the Mice Energy Core and then research and replace it with a new energy source. In the battle between the Arcanists and the gods, the magic net had collapsed, but the floating cities of the Arcanists hadn't become mere decorations. It was clear that the Arcanists had succeeded, but it was unknown how far they had gone. After that great war, a lot of information about the Arcanists had been erased by the gods. It was also because this world was not the main material plane that the gods were most concerned about, and the power of the gods was somewhat insufficient, so a lot of information about the Arcane Empire was secretly preserved by the wizards. However, the artificial magic net and elemental fission technology were still not left behind. According to the information passed down, the Arcanists had entered the interstellar era. After all, they were able to colonize planes, and the wizard civilization of this world had not yet stepped out of the plane. Only some powerful wizards relied on their own power to enter the astral world and carry out some interstellar travel. Overall, the current civilization was still far from the heyday of the Arcanists. After all, this was an extraordinary world. Sometimes, a person's power could be so strong that it could destroy the world. For example, if a legendary spellcaster was given time to cast a level 9 spell, Meteorite, it would not be a problem for him to destroy a city. To be able to enter the astral world, one had to be at least a legend. It was said that the danger level of the astral world was at least level 16, but few people would venture into the astral world before entering the legendary realm. It was not an adventure, it was a death wish. To explore the astral world, one had to be at least a high-level legend. Many evil gods lived in the astral world, and the vast majority of ancient dragons, archaic dragons, and so on. Once you encountered them, you would not even have a chance to escape if you were below the legendary realm. Although the legendary masters could not defeat them, escaping was not a problem. After all, they had left the material plane. Although there was no protection from the plane, the restrictions of the plane were also loosened. A teleportation spell here was much more difficult and far than in the material plane. Su Len asked the Grey Dwarf to find a heavy lead box, and then put the silver-white metal into the box. As the metal was put into the lead box, Su Len keenly found that the strange energy that had shrouded the whole ruins had completely disappeared. In other parts of the ruins, with the disappearance of the energy field, other creatures in the ruins had some sense, and all the mutant animals became restless. After putting away the metal, Su Len did not leave. He intended to dismantle the equipment and transport it back. Taking out a few magic crystals, Su Len used image photography to save the image of the equipment, and then carefully dismantled it. These Grey Dwarves were indeed good craftsmen. Although it was the first time they had come into contact with this kind of equipment, these Grey Dwarves did a very good job. In addition to using image photography to save image data, these Grey Dwarves also drew a blueprint, on which all the parts were numbered. Then these parts were also recorded in that location. After dismantling all these parts, all the parts were carefully preserved, and then put into Sullen's storage space. However, there were still too many parts, and the storage space could not fit them all. In the end, he could only let the Grey Dwarves carry them. Chapter 291. It took some time to dismantle all the parts of the equipment and transport them away. Su Len also left the basement. Back on the surface of the ruins, Hathaway was still studying the monsters. The ruins were almost completely searched by the Grey Dwarfs, but there was nothing valuable except for the equipment. "Are you done with your research?" "We're ready to go." Su Len looked at Hathaway, who was still studying, and said, "The results will be out soon." "Wait for me," Hathaway said impatiently. Then she left Su Len there and continued her research. "Not finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not 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 finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not yet finished yet. Not yet. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See 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 it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Chapter 292. Quartz ore was not rare in the northern lands. The composition of quartz ore and sand were very similar. Even if there was no quartz ore, sand could be used as a substitute. As for the mushroom plants, they could collect some from the surroundings of the relics. It was not difficult to cultivate mushroom plants, and the requirements for the environment were not high. Suluan collected all kinds of mushroom plants in the relics, and then brought back all the remaining crystal beasts in the relics. There were not many crystal beasts. Excluding the ones that had died, there were only 26 crystal beasts left. These crystal beasts were all placed in cages and transported back. After searching the hidden realm one last time and finding nothing valuable, Su Len led the caravan back. As they left the square, the monsters in the ruins ran out of their nests. There were deathclaws worms, giant centipedes, and a kind of giant beetle that looked like a tank. These bugs immediately rushed up when they saw Su Len and the others. Summon magic creatures. A hexagram array rose from the ground, and in the next second, 4 vigorous silhouettes rushed out of the array. They were the 4 silver wolves. These wolves were 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder and had strong bodies. Their claws and teeth were sharp. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the mutant bugs. These wolves cooperated with each other. 2 of them harassed the bugs, while the other 2 attacked. If it were not for the tough shells of the mutant bugs, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Reduced defense. Everyone, get ready. Greater group haste. Group enchantment weapon. Rays of light flashed from Sullen's body, and everyone immediately felt their bodies fill with power. The centaurs kept shooting arrows at the bugs. The steel arrowheads fiercely pierced through the gaps in the bugs' shells, and green blood spurted out. After the Durgars were buffed with spells, they rushed forward with their short legs as if they were flying. These Durgars had experience dealing with giant beetles, so they attacked the beetles' limbs in groups. Their sharp axes constantly chopped at the beetles' leg joints. The giant beetles didn't even have time to resist before their legs were cut off. Their huge bodies fell to the ground, and then they were swarmed by the grey dwarves and completely wiped out. A few barbarian berserkers roared and rushed up with giant axes in their hands. These 2-meter-tall burly men with bulging muscles jumped onto the back of the death pincer beetle. The powerful impact directly smashed the death pincer beetle to the ground, and the giant axes in their hands chopped down towards its head. Even though they were protected by a tough shell, the barbarians' monstrous strength was enough to shatter their shell with just a few swings of the axe. Blood splattered everywhere. The death beetles shook their bodies in pain, trying to shake off the people on their backs. However, the barbarians were standing on top of them so they couldn't shake them off. In just a few breaths of time, the movements of the death beetles became smaller and smaller until they finally collapsed. Fireball. Chain lightning. Ice storm. Hathaway pointed the staff in her hand, and a large fireball fell in the middle of the giant centipedes. A huge explosion sounded, and the surrounding giant centipedes were blown to pieces. A bolt of lightning flashed back and forth on the battlefield, and a few giant centipedes were numb all over. Countless ice blades appeared out of thin air and spun quickly. Wherever the whirlwind of ice blades passed, a large number of monsters were directly cut into pieces, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. As everyone cleared out the various mutant monsters in the ruins, the number of mutant monsters decreased rapidly. With the support of Su Len and Hathaway's spells, the whole battle became very simple. In the past, these thick-skinned monsters were a headache to deal with, but with all kinds of spells, their weapons could easily tear through their defenses. With the cooperation of Su Len and Hathaway, the whole battle became very easy. Although there were many mutant monsters that rushed up, they didn't make any waves. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, these monsters were either killed or escaped. After collecting the spoils of war, they mainly consisted of insect shells. Regardless of whether it was the giant beetle, the giant centipede, or the death pincer worm, these monsters all had a large number of shells on their bodies. These shells were hard and tough, and many of them could be used as a good tower shield after some simple repairs. After collecting the spoils of war, the group returned to the goblin tribe. After meeting up with the troops left behind, they escorted all the goblins back. When they came, the army was lightly armed, but when they returned, not only did they have nearly 1,000 more slaves, but they also had a dozen more carriages. The speed of the team's advance became much slower. The surrounding monsters had long gone around the large army when they saw them. On the way, Su Len and the others didn't encounter any enemies. This exploration of the ruins took 3 days, and it ended satisfactorily. The rewards were also very great. After returning to the Minotaur's camp, Su-Len handed the newly captured goblin slaves to the drows for training. With the addition of the kobolds, the Minotaur's camp soon had a labor force of nearly 5,000 people. Su-Len named the city Crete and ordered a large number of slaves to start the construction of the city, including the Minotaurs. The underground world had no shortage of rocks. More than 200 Minotaurs, under the command of Chris, began to mine the rocks. After the Grey Dwarves repaired them, they began to build the city. Crete wasn't large, and there weren't many permanent residents. Most of the time, it was used as a transit station to transport the minerals mined from the surrounding mines. Su-Len specially built a teleportation portal in Crete and appointed Chris as the city lord of Crete. Su-Len was severely lacking in management talents. He had no choice but to let Chris stay in Crete for the time being. However, with the teleportation portal, Chris could return to Northern Citadel at any time. She could even manage the city during the day and take care of the cannons in Northern Citadel at night. With the support of the obsidian mine in Crete, the construction of the Wizard Tower in Northern Citadel continued. Su-Len didn't stay in Northern Citadel for long. He had to build a suitable breeding base for the crystal beasts as soon as possible. Before the breeding base was completed, Su-Len allocated a piece of land in Northern Citadel for the crystal beasts to live in temporarily. After arriving in the new environment, the crystal beasts quickly adapted. Perhaps it was because of the lack of radiation, but the crystal beasts looked a little dispirited. The crystal beasts were fed with sand and mushrooms collected by Sullen's people. The meat was mostly fish. Northern Citadel was still lacking in beef and mutton, so it was impossible to feed the crystal beasts. However, fish was a good choice. Su-Len planned to build the breeding base in the secret plane. The elemental energy there was abundant, and the place was hidden enough. As long as the equipment was reassembled, it would be perfect for the crystal beasts to breed. After arriving at the secret plane through the teleportation portal and being repaired by the harpies, the secret plane finally looked a little more human. It wasn't as broken and desolate as it used to be. "Welcome back, Master." Tower Spirit Number 1's voice sounded in his ear. "Long time no see, Tower Spirit Number 1, Su-Len greeted casually. "Master, this is the progress of the secret plane's restoration, as well as the list of materials needed." Tower Spirit Number 1 projected a light screen, which recorded all kinds of materials. Just looking at some of them made Sullen's scalp tingle. Although most of them were ordinary materials, the price was still painful for Su-Len. "Alright, Tower Spirit Number 1, you should know the value of these materials. We don't have enough money to buy them, so we can only repair some of them," Su-Len said, rubbing his forehead. "By the way, I got some iron golems this time. Do you have any way to control them?" "Master, I can try to control the iron golems. It will take time to break their soul barrier," Tower Spirit Number 1 said. "That's good. These iron golems are useless anyway. You can take your time to break them." Su-Len nodded, then took out a few iron golems from his storage space. Out of the 6 iron golems, 3 were damaged, and 3 were still intact. However, these 3 were controlled by Su-Len using a special method. They couldn't resist at all. Connecting to the iron golems. As soon as the iron golems appeared, Tower Spirit Number 1 started working. A wave of soul fluctuation appeared. The iron golems instantly fell into a daze. The red light in their eyes began to flicker. Connecting successful. Deciphering, analyzing target's defense mechanism, simulation of defense mechanism successful. Beginning invasion, invasion successful. Modifying target's original program. Reconfiguring target's program, along with the cold mechanical voice of Tower Spirit Number 1, a large amount of energy gushed out from the elemental pool for Tower Spirit Number 1 to consume. The iron golems suddenly seemed to have malfunctioned. Their bodies kept spinning. Modification complete. Successfully controlled the iron golems. Authorization modification complete. The current highest authorization is set to Su-Len. Setup successful. Equipment restarting. As a legendary-level Tower Spirit number 1 had a crushing advantage over low-level Tower Spirits and Iron Golems. These Iron Golems were successfully modified by Tower Spirit number 1. From today onwards, there were a few more Iron Golems in the secret realm. The remaining 3 Iron Golems were damaged. However, Su Len didn't destroy them when he destroyed them. Their damage wasn't serious. After being scanned by the Tower Spirit, it was completely capable of repairing them. It only needed to replace or repair the parts and cores of the Iron Golems. There were many Iron Golems in the secret realm that had lost their repair value. There were many intact parts left in these Iron Golems. They could be replaced directly. Although wizard items were expensive, there were not many rich wizards. Wizard research and all kinds of experiments were too expensive. Even if you gave them 100 million kinnar, these wizards could spend it all, and they would not squander it recklessly. Not to mention other things, even 100 million kinnar might not be enough to build a secret realm like Sullen's. After all, it was not easy to set up a space folding circle that could perfectly hide such a large piece of land in a space crack. After installing the rune circle and the radiation strengthening equipment, Su Len checked a few more times. After making sure everything was normal, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, this farm had caused his treasury to shrink even further. The funds he got from the Grey Dwarves were basically all gone. Fortunately, once this farm was built, it would continue to produce magic crystals. With this farm, Su Len could obtain a stable supply of magic crystals. Su Len also planned to set up a research lab to study the modification of these crystal beasts. Since magic crystals were a mineral resource, if they could be obtained this way, then other gemstones could be obtained in the same way. If he could successfully research it, he would be able to obtain a stable supply of gemstones. Many wizards' experiments required magic gemstones as materials. It could be said that wizards were the biggest consumers of magic gemstones. After making sure the equipment was working properly, Su Len took a deep breath and relaxed. After he had completely calmed down, he took out a heavy lead box from his storage and opened it. There was a piece of plutonium inside. He placed the plutonium in the center of the equipment and turned it off. Su Len suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Tower Spirit 1, connect to the energy channel of the farm." Energy channel opened. Elemental pool beginning to output energy. As the Tower Spirit's cold mechanical voice sounded, the channel in the elemental pool opened. A light blue energy rushed out of the channel, and the entire basement was illuminated by this energy. Buzz buzz buzz. A low buzzing sound was heard, and the rune circle quickly lit up. A strong wave of energy came from the center, and the radiation strengthening equipment in the middle slowly activated. A strange energy instantly shrouded the area. At first, this special energy was not very strong, but as time passed, the intensity of the energy increased rapidly. In less than a minute, the intensity of the radiation in the surroundings had reached the intensity that Su Len felt in the underground world. Looks like it's a success. Feeling the radiation around him, Su Len let out a sigh of relief. Then hurry up and move those crystal beasts here. The sooner we start the breeding, the sooner we can harvest, Hathaway said happily. There's no rush. The food for those crystal beasts is not ready yet. Let's plant the food first, Su Len said with a smile. The crystal beasts' main food sources were quartz stones and mushroom plants. With the help of the Tower Spirit, Su Len and Hathaway changed the environment of this area, making it suitable for mushroom plants to grow. At the same time, they also changed the environment to be suitable for crystal beasts to grow. After everything was arranged, Su Len moved the crystal beasts here. As soon as they entered the breeding area, the crystal beasts became very active. Seeing that the crystal beasts were living a good life here, Su Len let out a sigh of relief. After the crystal beast breeding area was completed, Su Len left the secret world and returned to Northern Town. Northern Town was still a big construction site, and the whole city was under construction. more than 60,000 people were working on the construction. The walls of the northern citadel were being constructed at a rapid pace every day. Once this section of the wall was completed, the expansion of the northern citadel would be halted. Right now, the northern citadel had enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. Sulan's territory had more than 100,000 people, but only 40,000 had houses. The rest were still living in the camps outside the city. Other than the housing construction, there were other supporting facilities, such as roads, plazas, gardens, public bathrooms, public toilets, and the city's water and drainage system. Other than that, the outer city of Northern Town was divided into different areas, such as the workshop area, the trading area, the business area, and the military area. Sulan had high hopes for this city. Northern Town had become very busy. Sulan rode around the city on his Pegasus, and he realized that there was a shortage of low-level officials in the city. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Mirror Lake City also needed low-level officials, and those low-level officials were all transferred from Northern Town. In addition to these, Suluan was also looking for a suitable place in Northern Town City. He was planning to build the arcane garden of wonders he obtained last time. This kind of arcane garden was also called the Sky Garden because it was built on the ground. The arcane garden was very beautiful. It was powered by magic energy, and it could keep the flowers blooming all year round. All kinds of fountains and fake mountains complemented the garden, making it look very beautiful. Arcane gardens were not only for viewing, but they also had many other powerful effects. For example, having an arcane garden could increase the chances of newborns being born with wizard talent. It was not easy to become a wizard. Normally, all the big wizard organizations would recruit new blood in their territory regularly. Under normal circumstances, the test would be conducted on children between the ages of 8 to 12. Children at this age would have already shown their potential as a wizard, and this was the best time to cultivate a wizard. If they missed this opportunity, they would need to spend more time to make up for it. After these children were trained, most of them would become wizard apprentices before the age of 16. It was not that easy to become a wizard. Becoming a wizard was only the first step. If they couldn't become a beginner wizard before the age of 30, it would be very difficult for them to become a wizard in the future. Only when they became a beginner wizard could they be considered a real wizard. Northern Town City was already building a wizard tower. Once the tower was completed, it would recruit a large number of wizard apprentices, and Sulan's wizard organization would be officially established. The more children that had the potential to become a wizard, the more wizards there would be, and the more powerful Northern Town City would be. Building an arcane garden was a must. Other than increasing the potential of newborns, an arcane garden was also a botanical garden. He could grow all kinds of magic plants here, and it could also increase the growth rate of the plants. Although Sulan already had his own mystery mirror, no one would complain about having too many botanical gardens. The environment for those magic plants to grow was very harsh. Artificial magic plants would more or less be less effective, but the magic plants in an arcane garden did not. It was just that the arcane garden could only be a dream. Sulan walked around Northern Town City a few times, and he finally found a suitable piece of land. He circled it and set it aside to build his arcane garden in the future. Chapter 294. Building an arcane garden required a large number of magic crystals. Although it did not require magic crystals of high quality, the area of the arcane garden would consume a lot of magic crystals. The location Suluan chose to build the arcane garden was to the southeast of the city. Previously, this place was supposed to be the location of the city's garden, but due to the third phase of the Northern Citadel project, the construction of this unimportant area was temporarily halted. Now, this place was still a construction site, and it was perfect for the arcane garden. He had only confirmed the location of the arcane garden. As for the construction of the Northern Citadel, it would have to wait until the construction of the Northern Citadel's walls or houses were completed. Although he did not lack the basic materials, the core material of the arcane garden was the legendary elemental core. Sulan did not have it yet. With the legendary elemental core, the arcane garden could create an elemental harmonious environment. It could be adjusted according to the needs of various magical plants. Sulan did not have a legendary elemental core now. Elemental cores were usually produced in elemental creatures. In nature, they would only occasionally be produced in places with rich elemental energy. Elemental cores had many uses and were expensive. As for legendary elemental cores, they could only be obtained in the elemental plane. Of course, if you killed a legendary elemental creature, you would also obtain a legendary elemental core. However, elemental creatures of this level were not easy to deal with. According to the habits of elemental creatures, there would always be some weaker elemental creatures around a 4 great elemental elder. Dealing with a 4 great elemental elder was actually dealing with a group of monsters. Sulan's current strength was enough for him to kill one of the 4 great elemental elders. Of course, that was a one-on-one situation. However, the 4 great elemental elders had many followers with them. They also knew elemental summoning. If he was not careful, he would be ganged up on. Elemental creatures like the fire elemental elder basically lived in the fire elemental plane. That was their home ground. Sulan did not have the ability to travel between planes. Even Hathaway did not have the ability to travel between planes. Only legendary spellcasters could travel between planes or build an interplane teleportation circle. The elemental plane was not very friendly to humans. Take the fire elemental plane for example. It was full of poisonous smoke, lava, and flames. Ordinary people could not survive more than a minute there. It was for this reason that only legendary mages could obtain legendary level elemental cores. Of course, not all elemental elders lived in elemental planes. There were ancient ruins, ancient seals, or some extreme environments in the prime material plane. It was possible to encounter such legendary creatures. Of course, these places could also have sealed ancient evils, hatred, or high-level demons. In short, they would not be simple characters. Sulan had a legendary level soul crystal in his hands. If there was a legendary level spellcaster, he could try to use this soul crystal to exchange. Unfortunately, he did not know any legendary level spellcasters. He rode the Pegasus around the territory. After arriving at the surface world, the Pegasus was very excited. It seemed that it did not like the environment of the underground world. To be honest, Sulan did not like it either. It was dark all day long, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Seeing the Pegasus' restless appearance, Sulan had no choice but to do as he wished. He gently squeezed the Pegasus's abdomen, and the Pegasus immediately rushed out. As it ran, a strange elemental force enveloped the Pegasus. As it ran, clouds appeared on its 4 hooves. Then, the Pegasus directly soared into the air and ran quickly into the distance. Look, that horse is flying. At the construction site of Northtown City, a worker was tired from work. He was about to raise his head to wipe his sweat and rest for a moment. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw a handsome horse soar into the air. Old Grim, are you dizzy from all the work? How can a horse fly? I heard that there is bacon tonight. If you don't have enough work points, then you won't be able to eat it. A middle-aged man next to him was digging the earth with his bare arms. The skin on his back was tanned and shiny. I'm not seeing things. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, look up. It's right there. Grim pointed to the sky and shouted. The surrounding workers also heard it. Many people took this as a joke and were ready to laugh at him after seeing it. However, as soon as they took a glance, they were instantly stunned. What do you think? Is that another horse flying? Grim looked at the stunned expressions of the people around him with a complacent look. That's a Pegasus. The Pegasus is God's mount. There's someone on the back of the horse. Seeing that there was really a Pegasus, the construction site directly exploded. More and more people noticed the Pegasus in the air. At the same time, many people saw Sulan on the back of the horse. That seems to be the Lord. It's the Lord on the back of the Pegasus. How can the Lord have God's mount? That must be a gift from God. The Lord is the God's messenger. Soon, this statement was accepted by the group of workers, serfs, and refugees below. Even the grassroots officials of the northern town accepted this statement. Then, this group of people stopped working. They kneeled on the ground and loudly cheered, "Long live the God's messenger, long live the Lord," and so on. Don't think that the knowledge of the commoners in this era was high. Although this world had extraordinary powers, these commoners did not understand these powers. Moreover, even in his previous life, in the 21st century with advanced technology and civilization, as a superpower, there were still many people who did not believe that the earth was round. They still stubbornly believed that the earth was flat. Sulen also heard the cheers below. This made him suddenly feel a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, host. Because you rode the Pegasus across the sky, your subjects worship you. The popular sentiment of the northern town has increased by 20 points. Damn, just riding the Pegasus in the sky can increase the popular sentiment by 20 points. This is too exaggerated." At this moment, a few black spots flew from a distance. They were the Cryopteris domesticated in the northern town. After these Cryopteris saw the Pegasus, they flew over curiously. The leader was Sulen's ice Quetzalcoatlus. After seeing Sulen riding the Pegasus, it flew over directly and looked at the Pegasus curiously. However, the Pegasus did not care about these Euron at all. According to the bloodline level, it was one level higher than those Euron. The Pegasus' arrogance seemed to have angered the Cryopteris. The Cryopteris kept chirping at it and quickly flew over here. Then, they flew back again with a provocative look. Seeing this scene, Sulen did not stop them. He also wanted to see the Pegasus' flying speed and the training of these Quetzalcoatlus. After realizing that the Pegasus did not respond, these Quetzalcoatlus began to become more aggressive. One by one, they flew back and forth arrogantly around the Pegasus. Neigh! A horse's neigh that resounded through the sky came from the Pegasus' mouth. Then, the Pegasus' forehooves suddenly jumped, and its speed increased again. The Pegasus rushed forward quickly like a meteor. One of the Quetzalcoatlus that was about to fly past the Pegasus was blown far away by the sudden acceleration of the Pegasus. It took a long time for it to stabilize its body. After seeing the Pegasus suddenly accelerate, the other Quetzalcoatlus immediately flapped their wings and flew out. The Quetzalcoatlus' flying ability was even better than that of a real dragon. However, it was obvious that they had chosen the wrong opponent this time. The Pegasus figure quickly flew across the sky. Those Quetzalcoatlus could not catch up with it even if they used all their strength. They could only watch the Pegasus figure get farther and farther away. Sulen's vision blurred. Then, he saw the scenery on the ground quickly retreating. The Pegasus was running in the air happily. It even deliberately rushed into the clouds in the sky and stirred them up. The Pegasus ran wildly in the air for about an hour. Only then did it slowly slow down and return to the northern city. After such an activity, the little fellow was finally satisfied. Sulen asked the guards to send the little fellow back to the newly built stable. The Pegasus had high requirements for food and living environment. This fellow was unwilling to enter the previous stable no matter what. In the end, Sulen found some craftsmen and used high-grade materials to build a stable. Only then did it walk in. As for food, other than fresh grass and eggs, the Pegasus also needed special food. It was a kind of magic plant, star grass. This kind of magic plant would bloom with starry flowers. It was also very easy to cultivate. However, other than feeding the Pegasus, it had no other use. Sulen specially found a piece of land in the secret realm to plant it. It was specially used to feed the Pegasus. Although riding a Pegasus was very cool, it also required a lot of money to raise such a horse. After all, although star grass was easy to cultivate, it was still a magic plant. It was easy to cultivate compared to other magic plants. A Pegasus consumed dozens of kilograms of grass every day. Star grass accounted for most of it. In order to keep up with the consumption, 3 acres of star grass were planted in the secret realm. If they were to plant other magic plants, the annual income would easily exceed 300,000 kinnar. After sending the little fellow back to the stable, Sulen stretched his body and began to deal with the affairs of the territory. Because the little succubus Chris was in Crete, all the affairs of the northern city were handed over to him. After the population had multiplied several times, there were a lot of things to do in the northern city. Most of them were trivial matters. Sulen spent more than 2 hours to deal with the day's affairs. This can't go on. I need to set up a staff to help me deal with these affairs. Sulen pinched his sore eyebrows and slapped his thigh. It was too much of a waste of time to deal with these affairs for 2 or 3 hours a day. He didn't want to waste all his time on these problems. Setting up a staff was to relieve him of these burdensome affairs. The general affairs of the territory would be handled by them. He only needed to see the results. Only the important matters would be handed over to them. Chapter 295. Normally, all nobles would have their own team of advisors. Many of them would serve the noble for life, and some would even serve the noble family for generations. Most of these staffs were trained by the nobles themselves and were highly loyal. Only the nobles had the financial resources and strength to do so. Some other nobles would also form their own staffs, such as the ministers of the king and so on. Sulen didn't have such a strong foundation, so he didn't have his own advisors. Therefore, he planned to build one himself. He selected some smart and capable people from the city's management staff to form his personal team of advisors. Of course, this kind of advisors wouldn't be good. They had no experience in many things, so Sulen had to solve them. However, they learned quickly. With the help of this advisor team, Sulen could finally relax a little. Northern Battlefront City basically didn't have any external threats. After the orcs were defeated, they directly retreated to the north. The human army didn't continue to pursue them. To the humans, it was a thankless task. In the wasteland outside the Blackstone Fortress, the weather was cold, the land was barren, and there were no roads. If the humans wanted to pursue the orcs, they had to prepare a lot of logistics. Moreover, when they reached the wasteland, the humans had to constantly be on guard against the attacks of other races. The logistics team needed a lot of manpower to protect, and there were no roads in the wasteland. It wasn't easy to catch up with the orcs. If they chased too fast, they would have to worry about falling into a trap. Even after entering the wasteland, it was easy to be ambushed. Once the supply line was cut off, the army at the front would collapse in a few days. In history, the human kingdoms had entered the wasteland several times to completely solve the orc problem. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Most of the time, the orcs led the human army to run around. At this time, the human army was cut off from their supplies, exhausted, and without logistical support, the strength of the entire army fell. Then, they were besieged by the orcs, and naturally suffered heavy losses. After a few such lessons, very few people would do it now. Moreover, the humans had suffered heavy losses in this war. The orcs had invaded at this time, and many cities' food had been plundered. There were also some places that had been plundered, and those that hadn't been plundered in time had been burned to ashes. Now, they still needed help from the kingdoms, so they naturally didn't want to waste food and continue chasing. Right now, many territories were organizing large-scale farming. They wanted to harvest a season's worth of autumn food before winter. They didn't want a large number of civilians to freeze or starve to death. Although the nobles didn't care about the casualties of the commoners, once a large number of commoners died, it would definitely affect their rule. After all, a large part of their taxes came from taxes. If all the civilians died, who would they look for to collect taxes? In order to resume production, many nobles had already purchased grain seeds and farming tools from Northern Town City. There was plenty of grain in Northern Town City. As long as the money was in place, all kinds of supplies would be delivered quickly. Because of the arrival of these caravans, Northern Town City had become even more prosperous. After the orc army left, the human side also started to make a post-war summary. All kinds of benefits and factions also started to divide up. Although the death of Marquis Winter severely damaged the strength of the royal family, they still had the upper hand after gaining the support of Sulen. Of course, even with Sulen's support, the royal family couldn't help but give up some things. After all, Sulen wasn't Winter, who could help the royal family unconditionally. In fact, even the royal family had some concerns about this cooperation. Lancelot had also successfully completed the king's task, but the royal family and Su Luen had only made a verbal agreement and had not signed a document yet. Therefore, while Lancelot was wrangling with the aristocratic parliament, he sent a messenger to the king's city to formally send a messenger to Northern Town City to sign the agreement. As for the political alliance between the royal family and Sulen, the Florentine royal family felt that it wasn't reliable. Such agreements had been torn up too many times in history. After knowing that Sulen wasn't married, they wanted to marry Sulen. Such political marriages were very common in the continent. The royal family now had several princesses of suitable age. Exchanging a princess for a legendary ally was a good deal. The nobles in the north had suffered heavy losses in this orc invasion. Some noble families had even disappeared. After these noble families had no heirs, their territories would be taken back by the kingdom. Of course, some nobles who fled before the battle would be arrested and imprisoned. In serious cases, they would even be stripped of their titles. Now, the nobles were arguing very seriously. After all, those territories had already been developed. As long as they sent people to take over, it would be fine. Both the king and the nobles wanted a piece of this fat meat. For the nobles, death wasn't the harshest punishment. The heaviest punishment was stripping them of their noble status. Sometimes, a noble status required the efforts of several generations. Once they lost this status, those people would fall from the clouds and the whole family would struggle to move forward. Of course, this punishment was rarely used unless a serious mistake was made. During the orc invasion, almost all the nobles in the north had participated in the battle. At the same time, almost a quarter of the population of the northern provinces had been recruited as soldiers, totaling more than 400,000 people. These soldiers would quickly leave after the battle. At the same time, the orc invasion had caused a lot of casualties. Sulen had also migrated more than 100,000 people from the northern provinces. Not only were the northern provinces short of food, but they were also short of population. Now that the northern provinces were quickly recovering their production, Sulen wouldn't be able to migrate a large number of people from the northern provinces in the next few years. If they wanted to increase their population quickly, they would have to buy from other countries. Sulen was also preparing to establish a duchy. Now that the northern city had a population of more than 100,000 people, a powerful army, and rich resources, it wouldn't be difficult to establish a duchy with enough military power and economic wealth. And this time, due to the invasion of the orcs, although the kingdom of Florence had repelled the orcs, its strength was severely weakened and it needed time to recuperate. Moreover, Suren had signed a political alliance agreement with the royal family of Florence. It could be said that the obstacles to the establishment of a principality had been reduced to the lowest level. If the northern city wasn't still under construction, Sulen would have already announced the establishment of a duchy. But now, he could only wait until the northern city was completed. He couldn't rush to announce the establishment of a duchy before the capital was built. When the time came, a large group of refugees would live in the camps, and the capital's city walls wouldn't be completed. It wouldn't look good on Sulen. According to tradition, the establishment of a duchy needed to invite some countries to observe the ceremony. At the same time, they would also act as witnesses. They couldn't wait until the ambassadors of the surrounding countries arrived and found out that the northern city was still a big construction site. Sulen couldn't afford to lose face, so the establishment of a duchy could only wait until the third phase of the northern city was almost completed. In fact, on the system panel of Sulen, the conditions to upgrade a duchy had already been met. The population of the northern city was more than 100,000 people. After the city's upgrade was completed, Sulen could announce the establishment of a duchy. Several countries that had trade relations with the northern city, such as Florence, the Southern States Alliance, the Desert Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Lorenza, had all expressed that they would send ambassadors to observe the ceremony. After the establishment of a duchy, Sulen could be considered as one of the forces on the continent, although it was only the lowest duchy among the many countries on the continent. Hathaway was very busy now. In addition to repairing the secret realm every day, she had to plant all kinds of magical plants. At the same time, she had to take care of the wizard tower's construction. Fortunately, she had Karina, Grace, and Alex to help her. Karina and Grace now had level 3 access to the secret realm. Sulen still thought it was funny how Karina and Grace were stunned when they saw the secret realm for the first time. They used to be the leaders of the Drows and half-elves, respectively. They had always been calm in front of Sulen. That time, they had seriously lost their composure. Karina and Grace were pleasantly surprised when they found out that Northtown City had such a huge secret dimension. As 4th-level spellcasters, they were very clear about the function of a secret dimension. Such a huge secret dimension could easily supply the needs of a wizard organization. Sulen divided an area from the secret realm and gave it to the two of them. The land could be used to plant magical plants and also be used for breeding. When Sulen came to the secret realm again, the two areas had been planted with all kinds of magical plants. Karina was planting bloody datura, weeping grass, shadow flower, and so on. Grace was planting golden oak, sunflower, exploding pepper, more coffee, thorn vine, and so on. Suluan also planted these materials in the secret realm. He kept some for himself, and he planned to sell the rest. After all, there weren't many wizards in Northern Town City, and they didn't need so many magic materials. There were still many places in the secret realm that had not been planted. Although he wanted to plant all of them, there were too few people, so he could only leave them empty for now. Sometimes, Sulen wanted to catch some fairies and make them his slaves. Fairies were not big creatures, only a dozen centimeters tall. They were beautiful and ugly, but they were born smart. However, they were not very powerful. They could help wizards grow magical plants. Unfortunately, due to many reasons, there were very few fairies left. These fairies were now hiding in some dangerous areas and rarely appeared in the outside world. Some large wizard organizations even had fairies living in them. Sulen planned to trade with those organizations when he had the chance. Chapter 296. Sulen observed the growth of the crystal beasts. With the presence of radiation, the crystal beasts didn't feel any discomfort. Compared to the previous area, the area here was larger, and there was an abundance of food. After coming here, the crystal beasts grew several times faster. The scales on the back of the crystal beasts had grown a lot of crystals. These crystals were transparent and very pure. When these crystal beasts were captured, the crystals on their backs were only a few centimeters tall. In Northern Fortress City, the crystals on the backs of the crystal beasts grew slowly. But in this place, it only took a few days for them to grow to the size of a fist. According to the growth of the crystal beasts, these crystals would grow to about 20 centimeters in a week, and then naturally fall off from the crystal beasts. The crystal beasts could grow 10 crystals at a time, and according to the growth rate, they could be harvested once a month. Now, there were a total of 37 crystal beasts in this farm. Except for 3 newborn crystal beasts, the rest were all adult crystal beasts. According to this number, Sulen could harvest 340 magic crystals a month. Of course, this was only temporary. The crystal beasts could still reproduce. According to Hathaway's research, a crystal beast took about 3 months from birth to adulthood. When the Arcanists modified them, they deliberately sped up their growth rate. However, the increased growth rate also caused the life of these crystal beasts to be somewhat short. These crystal beasts had a lifespan of 5 to 7 years. In fact, in the 4th year, these crystal beasts would gradually age, and the growth rate of crystals on their backs would also decrease. In the last 6 months of their lives, the crystals on their backs would completely stop growing. Of course, these crystals weren't defective products. On the contrary, these crystals had become black crystals because they were contaminated with death energy. Black crystals could store all kinds of negative energy. The Shadow School and the School of Necromancy often used these crystals for experiments. According to the notebook Sulen obtained from the necromancer, these crystals were also one of the materials to make skeletal golems. Skeletal golems were known as the most cost-effective golems. The main material of skeletal golems was white bones. They didn't cost anything at all, and their strength was quite good. They were about the same as rock golems, but the cost was only a fraction of the rock golems. Moreover, the strength of a skeletal golem was directly proportional to the bone material and other raw materials used. If you were to use the bones of a dragon to make a skeletal golem, although it would not be at the legendary level, it would still be at the upper level, for standard. However, very few people would do such a thing. Wouldn't it be better to have the skeleton of a dragon transform into an ancient dragon or a dracolic? Apart from making magic golems, the black crystal could also be used as a spellcasting material. I'll just give the black crystals to Karina. She's the only one in Northern Town City who uses shadow energy anyway. Every year, the crystal beast would go into estrus. During the estrus period, no crystals would grow. The estrus period lasted for about a week. After the mother beast was pregnant, no crystals would grow. About 2 months later, the crystal beast would give birth. A crystal beast would usually give birth to 2 to 4 babies. If everything went well, the number of crystal beasts in the northern town could exceed 100 next year, which was good news for Su Luan. Moreover, as time went by, there would be no natural enemies and sufficient food, so the number of crystal beasts here would increase rapidly. He ran into Hathaway on his way back from the secret realm. Sulen, I have something to talk to you about. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she saw Sulen. She quickly walked up to him. The loose wizard robe on her body outlined her amazing curves. What is it? Sulen stared at a certain part of her body and said, I'm going to recruit some wizard apprentices. The construction of the wizard tower has already begun. Once it's finished, we'll need a lot of people, so I'm going to start training them now. Hathaway raised her right hand and brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate ear. Sulen nodded and said, You're right. It's time to recruit some wizard apprentices. You're already a grand wizard. It won't make sense if you don't have any apprentices. Besides, we're going to build a wizard academy here in the future. We'll need more people by then. Then I'll ask someone to count the number of children between the ages of 8 and 12 in my territory. Gather them together and test them, Hathaway said with a smile. I'll sign an order right now. Gather all the children of the right age in my territory to the central square of the city. Sulen was quick and decisive. He immediately got to work. Don't rush. The crystal ball to test if they have the potential to become a wizard is not finished yet. Hathaway quickly stopped Sulen. Okay. You can give the order when you're done. 2 days later, the mayor's office issued a strange order. All the children between the ages of 8 and 12 were asked to gather at the central square of the city, regardless of gender. Everyone was a little confused about this order, but some rumors began to spread like wildfire in the northern town city. Did you hear? His lordship wants all children between the ages of 8 and 12 to gather. A young man with a thin body like a bamboo pole said. Nonsense, this news has been passed down by the officials since this morning. It is said that this is the servant chosen by the Lord. This is a great opportunity. Once you're chosen, you'll have a meteoric rise. Another man beside him said excitedly. Mike, why are you so excited? You're already 20. You don't have a chance. Another man who was not tall but had a strong body mocked. I don't have a chance, but my sister Amy is 11 years old. She's just within the range. If she's lucky enough to be chosen, I'll be rich as her brother. Mike said with a proud face. If she's lucky enough to be chosen by the Lord, it'll be even better. Stop dreaming. This time, it's not a servant. I heard from my brother that it's the Lord Wizard's idea. The Lord Wizard wants to recruit apprentices. At this moment, a man wearing the uniform of a low-level official in the northern town city walked over and said, "It's not easy to become an apprentice wizard. That's a high and mighty wizard. They can cast magical spells." Wizard. Hearing this official's words, the surrounding instantly quieted down. Then, in the next second, an even louder noise erupted. "My sister has a chance to become a wizard." Mike did not even think about it. He turned around and ran home. "What are you doing?" "It's time to go to work." The workmate next to him shouted. "I'm going to ask my sister to hurry up and register." Mike quickly ran away without looking back. "Sir Su-Len, we're also looking for apprentices." Early in the morning, Su-Len had just finished his breakfast when he saw Karina and Grace coming over together. "You're also looking for apprentices?" Su-Len was a little surprised. "No, we're looking for warlocks." Karina said, although warlocks can't be compared to wizards, in the early stages, warlocks can more easily form a fighting force than wizards. "Alright, then this time you two can choose together. I'll leave those who have the potential to become a warlock to you and those who have the potential to become a wizard to Hathaway." Su-Len thought for a moment and directly agreed. "Sir Su-Len, there's one more question. I'd like to ask you to expand the scope of the test to 18 years old, Grace said from the side. "Why?" Su-Len frowned. If the age limit was expanded to 18 years old, then the population would be several times more than before. Grace nodded and said, "Warlocks awaken from puberty. Most warlocks awaken around the age of 14, and the latest is 18. After that, the probability of awakening is very low." Warlocks and wizards were different. Their awakening relied on the power of their bloodline. Warlocks usually awakened during puberty, a period when they started to gradually mature physically and mentally. During this period, because of the rapid growth of the body, some of the power hidden in the bloodline could easily trigger the awakening of a warlock's talent. Under normal circumstances, it was easier for teenagers to awaken their talent without going through complicated sexual activities. To put it bluntly, they were virgins and virgins. Moreover, during this period of time, it was very likely that the genes of the awakened warlock's talent would be transferred to the mother's body and be hidden again. Therefore, in warlock families, all sexual activities were usually prohibited before the age of 20. If the warlock's bloodline did not awaken, the family would arrange for them to marry and reproduce as soon as possible to contribute more new blood to the family. After awakening the warlock's talent, before the bloodline stabilized, sexual activities were also not allowed. In order to pursue the purity of the bloodline, some warlock families would adopt the practice of marriage between relatives. This practice could indeed increase the probability of a warlock's awakening, but it also brought about another serious consequence, and that was the bloodline disease. In this kind of warlock family, the probability of mental retardation, physical disability, and other congenital diseases would greatly increase. Moreover, this practice would also cause difficulties in reproduction, and the number of people in the family would decrease. In the past, there were still many warlock families like this, but after research and development, this phenomenon slowly decreased. The awakening period of a warlock would continue until the age of 30, but generally, it would stabilize at the age of 20. After the body's development gradually stabilized, the probability of triggering a bloodline awakening would rapidly decrease. There were very few warlocks who awakened after the age of 25. In this case, it was very likely that the awakening was due to external reasons, such as taking some potions with bloodline effects, or coming into contact with some objects that stimulated the bloodline in the body, causing the bloodline to become unstable. The awakening of a warlock was suitable for most races, but it needed to be calculated according to the puberty of each race. Of course, there would be some differences. Generally, the probability of a warlock awakening was higher among the aristocrats. Many aristocrats' bloodline source came from ancient human heroes. Su Len now suspected that those ancient human heroes were the descendants of the warlocks created by the Arcanists during the Arcane Empire. Chapter 297. Although Su Len didn't know whether this speculation was reliable or not, the number of awakened sorcerers was indeed most among the nobles, and the number of awakened sorcerers was very few among the commoners. Because most of the sorcerers were born in the nobles, some busybodies called sorcerers tall, rich, and handsome. Indeed, the appearance of sorcerers was basically on the standard line, and in the early stage, sorcerers were much more comfortable than wizards. Their spells came from their blood, and they didn't need to learn as hard as wizards. This kind of treatment was naturally hated. Sorcerers had the advantage in the early stage. Not only could they use spells, but they were also not weak in close combat. Most sorcerers had excellent swordsmanship. After all, they didn't know many spells in the early stage. But in the later stage, the positions between sorcerers and wizards were reversed. Sorcerers only knew the spells in their blood, while wizards only needed to learn. The spells they knew were several times more powerful than sorcerers, and the spells they knew were also much more powerful. In comparison, sorcerers were much worse. Especially when one knew the sorcerer's blood, the spells they knew could be completely deduced. Others could totally target them based on these spells, so there was no future for sorcerers alone. After figuring out the problem of sorcerers, Su Len issued a new order, extending the age range to 18 years old. After the order was issued, the northern town was once again in an uproar. The news of the sorcerer apprentice recruitment had already spread throughout the town. Many people over the age of 12 were heartbroken. Now that there was suddenly news that the age limit could be extended to 18, countless people cheered. Sulan's territory had a population of more than 100,000, and the north town alone had a population of more than 100,000. Excluding the older and younger ones, there were more than 20,000 people. More than 20,000 children between the ages of 8 and 18 were all selected. With so many people, naturally, they wouldn't be tested together. Otherwise, even if 3 people didn't eat and sleep, they wouldn't be able to complete this task in a short period of time. Therefore, there was no aptitude test today. All the children who came were divided into groups according to their age. Then, according to the groups, the children of each age group were divided into groups. Then, according to the groups, the basic officials of the entire North Town were called to carry out this task. After spending an entire day, everyone was given their number plates. Next, the testing time for their number plates was announced. In the next few days, the children who participated in the wizard aptitude test would be tested in batches according to their ages. These children were all between 8 and 12 years old. After the wizard aptitude test, they still needed to participate in the sorcerer aptitude test. The children participating in the warlock test were also tested in order of age. The first to be tested was when they were 18 years old. At this age, they only needed to test their warlock aptitude, and because they had exceeded the wizard age requirement, they only needed to be tested once. Similarly, because the warlock's blood meridians began to awaken at the age of 14, those children under the age of 14 had to be tested once a year before reaching the age of 14, and after the age of 14, they only needed to be tested once. To test these people, Hathaway made 20 crystal balls. These crystal balls could test the power of the will of the children. Only those who met the standard could become wizards. Su Len selected a large number of people from the half-elves and the harpies to test these children. Hathaway's school of wizardry had been around for a long time, so there was a rough probability of success in the wizard aptitude test. The probability of a human with the power of the will to become a wizard was not high. It was about 1 in 1,000. This time, there were only 3,000 to 4,000 children between the ages of 8 and 12 in the northern city, so there were only a few children with the power of the will to become a wizard. After a week of testing, the thousands of children between the ages of 8 and 12 had all been tested. In the end, only 4 people passed the test, 2 boys and 2 girls. After passing the test, a low-level official immediately went to inform the children's families, and then brought them to the city lord's mansion. Aptitude was not the only thing to become an apprentice wizard. Su Len didn't want the wizards he trained to be taken advantage of by others, so before training them, they had to sign a strict contract. The contract stated that after becoming an official wizard, they would have to work in the northern city for 100 years. After 100 years, they would regain their freedom, and then they could decide whether they wanted to stay or not. During these 100 years, the northern city would provide some resources according to the wizard's rank. If a wizard advanced during this period, they would have to sign a new contract with the northern city. Other than that, there were also hundreds of clauses in the contract that completely blocked all loopholes. Of course, Su Len had asked the little succubus Chrissy to help him make this contract. As one of the few demons that liked to play tricks, succubi were more like devils than those demons that liked to kill. After the contract made by Chris was completed, Su Luen let the 4 little guys with wizard talent sign the contract. At the same time, he also made arrangements for their families. Like the Lord's guards, these people were moved to the inner city of the northern city, near the Lord's mansion. At the same time, the sorcerer test was also going on. In comparison, the sorcerer test was simpler than the wizard test. The people who took the test were very honest. Karina and Grace found some drows and half-elves to do the test. The probability of awakening a sorcerer's bloodline was not much higher than those who had the aptitude to become a wizard. Of course, if the sorcerer test was done for nobles, the probability would be about 1 in 200. Although it was still very low, it was already 5 times higher than the sorcerer test. However, if the test was done for commoners, the probability of awakening a sorcerer's bloodline was only 1 in 2,000, or even lower. The sorcerer test took 2 whole weeks. This time, they found a total of 8 children who had awakened a sorcerer's bloodline. The oldest was already 16 years old, and the youngest was only 12 years old. There were no other nobles in the northern city, so Su Len was very happy to find 12 sorcerers among the commoners. At the same time, Su Len took out the contract made by Chris and asked all the children to sign it. The 16 sorcerer apprentices were all asked to go to Hathaway's lab to study. They would receive all kinds of basic education in the first year. After all, they were not nobles and had no money to learn, so they would first take a year of cultural classes. During this year, not only did they have to learn the human language, but they also had to learn the sorcerer language. They also had to learn all sorts of problems that could arise when casting spells. After a year of learning, they would have to teach sorcerer spells in the second year. At the same time, they also began to learn meditation. Sorcerers and wizards were different. Not all sorcerers could take on the role of a wizard. Only those who had the same talent of the spirit could do so. Of course, once you reached the 4th grade, you could try to learn meditation. Of course, in this case, sorcerers could only learn spells that were similar to their bloodline. As for spells that were not compatible with their bloodline, they would not be able to learn them. For example, if a sorcerer awakened fire spells, he would not be able to learn water spells in his lifetime. He would only be able to learn fire spells. The first batch of sorcerers and sorcerers' apprentices in the northern city were very lucky. After all, their mentors included a level 4 wizard and 2 level 4 sorcerers. Other wizard organizations did not have such good treatment. Under normal circumstances, low-level wizards like level 1 wizards were responsible for teaching sorcerers' apprentices. However, the northern city's conditions were a little special. Hathaway was the only wizard in the entire northern city, so Hathaway, Karina, and Grace had to teach them personally. Su Len went to the underground world every day. With the teleportation circle, it was much more convenient to go there. Crete was under construction. During this time, Chris had plundered a large number of slaves from the surrounding areas. With the addition of many slaves, the construction of Crete was very fast. Due to the location of the city, Crete was not very big. Now, all the Grey Dwarves had gone to the nearby mines to excavate. Every day, large amounts of obsidian were sent to the northern city. The obsidian was then used in the construction of the Wizard Tower. Chris was becoming more and more like a dungeon lord. She was a succubus, a minotaur slave, a grey dwarf slave, a kobold goblin, and a cave dweller. In addition, she had a city under construction. She was the perfect candidate for a dungeon lord. In addition to Crete, Sulen also went to Orlando, another grey dwarf city. Orlando was now one of the most important cities in the northern city. Mithril was found in the silver mines there. During this time, they had mined a total of 18 pounds of mithril. Sulen had a plan for this mithril. The mithril was prepared for the wizard tower. In fact, it was only in the hands of a wizard that mithril could unleash its full potential. In addition to its strong magic conductivity and magic compatibility, mithril was also very durable and light. In many stories told by bards, the protagonists would often complain about equipment made of mithril. Mithril was a lightweight metal, and its weight was only about a quarter of that of steel. It was also extremely tough, and ordinary weapons could not do any damage to mithril. At the same time, it had a high resistance to spells. Therefore, there were often legends about mithril being as light as a feather, invulnerable to weapons, and immune to magic. In fact, it was the most extravagant and wasteful thing to do to make armor out of mithril. Wizards had many alloys that could achieve the same effect as mithril. There was no need to use precious mithril for such things. Chapter 298. Sulen put all the gold and mithril he had mined in Orlando's treasury into his storage space, and then gave a dozen barrels of vodka and rum to the grey dwarves as a reward. The grey dwarves, who had long been drooling over the vodka, cheered. Seeing this situation, Sulen directly announced that a banquet would be held, and there would be enough alcohol. Hearing this, all the grey dwarves put down their work and began to prepare. In fact, they didn't need to prepare much, as long as there was alcohol at the banquet. The grey dwarves were still very satisfied with their current life. In the past, 80% of the minerals they mined had to be handed over to the king, which was why Sulen could easily win back then. It was because of the ruthless exploitation. Otherwise, with the grey dwarves' stone-like temper, they would definitely fight to the end. Sulen was now considering sending these grey dwarves to the blacksmith or the army. As for the mining, he was going to leave it to the kobolds. Previously, the grey dwarves were mining because of the lack of ore production. Now that the ore production had increased, the production of weapons and equipment had not kept up. This was one of the reasons why Sulen came here. Kobold miners were extremely cheap compared to dwarf miners. They didn't need to be paid, as long as they had food. Of course, the efficiency of kobolds was also far lower than that of grey dwarves, but this was still acceptable. The banquet in Orlando was very lively. The grey dwarves were not obedient babies. After drinking, these guys made a lot of noise and almost tore down the banquet hall. Fortunately, the vodka was very strong. After messing around for a while, the alcohol kicked in and all of them passed out. What a bunch of careless people. Sulen put down his glass and shook his head. He had already made up his mind that he would never let these grey dwarves keep watch at night or take on any guard work in the future. It was just a banquet, yet these Durgars didn't even leave a single guard behind. They all ran over to drink, and they were all so drunk that they looked like ghosts. If they ran into an enemy, they would be easily dealt with. "Sir, the guards have been arranged," a drow came over and said. "Thank you for your hard work," Sulen said with a nod. These drows were specially called by Sulen when he returned to the northern city. After arranging the guards, Sulen left Orlando with the mithril and gold. When they returned to northern Battlefront City, a few dark clouds floated in the sky. Northern Battlefront City was located in the north, so the rain was not as plentiful as in the south. It rarely rained here. However, looking at the range of the dark clouds, it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, bean-sized raindrops fell. Then, the sky was like a leaky pot, with heavy rain pouring down. Faced with this kind of weather, they naturally couldn't continue with the construction. All the construction sites stopped to rest. The rain had delayed the construction period, but there was also another problem. Many of the houses where the refugee serfs lived had some slight leaks. This was something that couldn't be helped. The technological level of this era was limited. Back then, those camps were built in a hurry, and they didn't plan to live there for long periods of time. It was normal for rain to leak. Fortunately, they didn't use a thatched roof. Otherwise, it would be raining heavily outside and drizzling inside. It was fine in the city. When Su Len was building, he had already requested that all the houses use tiles. Although the cost was high, there wouldn't be any leaks. The whole world seemed to be hung with a curtain of water, and water soon appeared on the ground. Fortunately, the drainage system of northern Battlefront City was very good. The rainwater flowed out of the city through the drainage system, and the roads in the city didn't have any major problems. Part of the roads in northern Battlefront City were paved with stones, and the other part was paved with stone slabs. Although the surface of the stones wasn't as good as stone slabs, after repeated compaction, the stones wouldn't create a muddy hole. When he was in the southern city of Kalen, Su Len hated rain the most. This was because Kalen was just like other cities in this era. There were very few drainage canals in the city, and most of the roads were made of mud. When it rained, the whole city became a swamp. Moreover, the sewage in the city flowed freely. Some dead rats or what looked like excrement floated on the water surface from time to time. The best business in Kalen City was selling cloaks and boots. Northern Battlefront City didn't have such a situation now, but it was still a little troublesome. More than 50,000 people lived in the camp, and the living conditions were not good. Now that it was raining, these people might get sick. These people were brought here by Su Len all the way from the northern provinces. If they got sick, it would be troublesome. Those who were strong could probably survive, but those who were weak couldn't. All the basic officials in northern Battlefront City were dispatched to arrange food and hot water for these people. The weather in the northern wastelands was bad. Fortunately, the harvest altar improved the weather a little. Otherwise, many people would get sick just from the climate. It was a little troublesome without a priest. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the whole world was lit up. It looked like the end of the world. The downpour lasted for a whole day. If a house was made of wood or straw, it would have become a funnel by now. Right now, the most popular place in the city was the tavern. Mercenaries from the caravans, soldiers from northern Battlefront City, and some people who had some spare cash all went to the tavern to drink. They didn't have to work in this kind of situation. Hathaway frowned as she looked at the rain outside. If the wizard tower is built, it can forcefully change the weather nearby with the help of the wizard tower and the magic circle. Su Len shook his head and hugged Hathaway in his arms. It's better not to use this kind of spell casually. The harvest altar is here. Although the rain is a little heavy, it won't cause a flood. With this rain, we don't need to irrigate the fields. Forcefully changing the weather is not a problem for now, but there will be side effects. Wizard spells sometimes depended on the right time and place. For example, right now, if they cast a flood spell, it would not only consume a lot of energy, but it would also be very powerful. If they cast a fireball spell, its power would be greatly reduced, and it would be more difficult to cast. Most of the time, wizards would take advantage of the situation. Hathaway nodded and shifted her body to make herself more comfortable. By the way, how are you going to deal with the church? When you officially establish the country, this problem can no longer be avoided. The church will definitely notice this place, and at that time, they will definitely request to preach. The influence of the gods must be controlled within a certain range. Otherwise, the kingdom of Saint Wilco is the best example. Sullen's expression became a little serious. I'll be careful. Su Len also knew that the kingdom of Saint Wilco was a religious kingdom. The whole kingdom believed in the sun god. In this kingdom, the king had to believe in the sun god to be qualified to inherit the throne. Similarly, he had to go to the church in person to be crowned. Only with the approval of the church could he be the legitimate king. even the citizens of this kingdom were required to believe in the sun god. It could be said that in this kingdom, the clergy had the highest status. The royals and nobles could only be ranked behind them. In this kingdom, other than paying all kinds of taxes, there was also a tithe, which was that everyone had to pay 10% of their income to the church. The kingdom of St. Wilco was not like this. When the kingdom was first established, the sun god's church provided help, so the kingdom of St. Wilco only allowed the sun god's church to preach. Although the church was strong in the beginning, the king still had the final say. However, after some things, the church took over the power and finally became the kingdom of St. Wilco. The actions of the sun god's church had also alerted the other kingdoms. Although they did not dare to completely offend the church, they began to restrict the church. At the same time, no kingdom would allow a church to preach anymore. This was also a way for the churches to restrict each other. The rainstorm lasted for a day before stopping. There was no serious waterlogging in the northern city, but some problems were exposed. Sulen had already sent people to fix it. There were even more problems in the third phase of the construction. After all, the drainage system in the outer city had not been built. After a day and a night, the soil was very soft and could not be used for construction. After the rain cleared up, Sulen mobilized people to repair and clean up the city. At the same time, he also repaired the damaged houses. After the rainstorm, the sky was clear. There would not be any more rainstorms in the northern wilderness for a while. The two rivers outside the city had become turbulent. Some of the hydraulic machines on the banks also had problems, which also needed to be repaired. Although there was the harvest altar and the northern city had good weather, there were still a lot of troublesome things. There were a lot of things to do in the city's construction. Fortunately, it was not like when there was nothing left. Because of the rainstorm, the northern city's construction was delayed for 4 days. In order to speed up the construction, Sulen also joined in. On a whim, he used spells on the workers and slaves to speed up the construction. For example, he cast group haste on everyone to increase the workers' working speed. He also cast army spirit on the workers to boost their morale and improve their strength and stamina. He also put the workers in a state of excitement to reduce their laziness and increase their work efficiency. After these spells were created, Sulen was the first to cast them on the workers and slaves to make them work faster. But so far, the effect was very good. The construction progress was increased by 1/3. Of course, there were side effects, which was that the consumption of food increased. After all, energy was conserved. The faster the work was done, the more food they would eat. Sulen did not care about the consumption of food. Now that there was enough food in the northern city, it was worth it to consume some food to speed up the progress. Chapter 299. As a supernatural world, the gods were not imaginary, but real existences. Although the world had many restrictions on them, their influence was very great. Sulen's north town could not ignore the church. Even in the modern society where the gods did not appear in Sulen's previous life, the church could be widely spread, let alone in this supernatural world. In fact, the people at the bottom also needed a spiritual support. Many churches promoted that devout believers could enter the kingdom of God after death, and then live a happy life without disease, pain, poverty, or sadness. This was also true. So many people would believe in the gods. In this world, there were no people who did not believe in the gods. After death, their souls would be used as bricks to build a wall, but those who did not believe in the gods would fall into the abyss after death. Without the protection of the gods, many souls would be stolen by creatures living in the lower planes. The result would not be better than building a wall. In comparison, becoming a petitioner after death was a very good choice. To become a petitioner, one must be a devout believer of the gods. Only then could the soul become a petitioner in the kingdom of the gods after death. The petitioners would continue to live in the kingdom of God. Under normal circumstances, they would exist like the kingdom of God. As long as the kingdom of God existed, they would always live. If the kingdom of God was destroyed, these petitioners would disappear completely. In this world, the gods were very troublesome. They had great power and almost eternal life. He did not have the strength to challenge the authority of the gods now. While the construction of North Town City was in full swing, there was a vast plain in the middle of the continent. It was also a place where the power of the gods was very complicated. Almost all the gods had built temples here. Of course, the evil gods were very secretive about it. For example, the goddess of wealth, the lord of dawn, the goddess of Gaia, the god of war, and many other churches had temples. The god of rogues, the lord of shadows, and even some demons from the abyss, as well as evil gods hiding in unknown corners, etc. At this time, many churches had sent messengers to North Town. In addition to participating in the construction, Sulen now took time to train the Cryopteris. After more than half a year of growth, these Cryopteris needed formal training. Because Sulen was the master of all the Cryopteris, training with his help was twice the result with half the effort. Just as Suluan was preparing for training, an unexpected and yet expected visitor came here. A new caravan came to the city. It was a very special caravan. All the carriages in the caravan had the emblem of the god of wisdom. At the same time, this caravan had a team of 12 temple knights. The temple knights were the private armed forces of the church, and one had to be at least at the level of a knight to join. Above them were the knights of divine grace, the knights of God, and so on. When Sulen heard that the caravan with the emblem of the god of wisdom had come to the city, he immediately put down his work and rushed out of the city with his men. The god of wisdom was an ancient and powerful god. It could be said that he was an ancient god that had been living since the age of the new gods. As one of the most powerful churches on the continent, the god of wisdom, who had great divine power, was not someone that Sulen could offend now. The emblem of the god of wisdom was a kind old man. His churches were all over the continent, and he belonged to the neutral camp. When Sulen arrived at the city gate, many people had already gathered. The guards of North Town City were maintaining order. Because a pass was required to enter North Town City, the caravan was arranged to rest in the camp on the right side of the city gate. There were many humans who believed in the god of wisdom, including scholars, nobles, and even wizards. My lord. When the guard saw Sulen arrive, he immediately stepped forward and bowed. Sulen nodded at him and let him continue with his work. Sulen was very satisfied with the guard. He did not let them go just because they were from a church. When they arrived at the camp, a tall woman with blonde curly hair wearing a silver-white robe without any embellishments came up. The god of wisdom did not like luxury, so his priests were usually very simple. This was the complete opposite of the priests of the goddess of wealth. The clothes of the priests of the goddess of wealth were absolutely luxurious. Embroidery of gold thread on the clothes was just a basic operation. Suluan once saw a priest of the goddess of wealth wearing 8 valuable gemstone rings on his hand, and he also had a lot of gold jewelry ornaments on his body. The whole person looked bejeweled, revealing the aura of a god. The priest of the god of wisdom came in front of Sulen and smiled at Sulen. She then bowed and said, "My lord, I bring the goodwill of the god of wisdom." Sulen nodded, but he did not let his guard down. He looked at the messenger in front of him and nodded slightly. Then he said, "Welcome to the northern wasteland. May I know why you are here this time?" The priest smiled. She was not dissatisfied with Sulen's attitude. The light of wisdom shrouds the entire world. "I am here to spread wisdom." Sulen nodded. As expected, she was here to spread the religion. Since he was already mentally prepared, Sulen did not dwell on it anymore. The tall woman looked around and sized up the city in front of her. She smiled and said, "My lord, you are really amazing. It only took you a year to build such a huge city in the northern wasteland. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it." Speaking of this, she smiled and said, "Such a magnificent and prosperous city can even be ranked as the most prosperous place in the continent. You flatter me, priestess. This city was not built by me alone, Su-Len said politely. You are a guest from afar. Please follow me into the city, priestess. My pleasure. The priest smiled and nodded. Then she rode on the horse that was brought over by a temple knight. Su-Len waved his hand and a servant came over with a Pegasus. Su-Len jumped on the horse without hesitation. This is a Pegasus. Seeing Su-Luen's mount, a look of surprise flashed across the priest's eyes, and his gaze on Su-Luen became much more solemn. As a priest of the gods, she naturally knew the value of a Pegasus. She also knew how difficult it was to obtain a Pegasus as a mount. Even the leader of the temple knights did not have this qualification. However, this young noble lord in front of her actually had a Pegasus as a mount. She immediately put away her disdainful thoughts. No matter why this Pegasus became his mount, this lord's strength was completely worthy of her respect. Please. Su-Luen made a gesture of invitation. Of course, he noticed the change in the expression of the senior priest of the God of Wisdom. This was also the reason why he deliberately brought Pegasus here to show his strength. As a high-tiered cleric of the Wisdom Church, her strength had also reached Tier 4. Her status in many countries was quite high, so she naturally received a lot of respect. As long as it wasn't an enemy church, nobody would dare to offend a high-tiered cleric and the god behind her. The priest's smile became more sincere. She lightly knocked on the horse's belly and followed Su-Len into the city. At the same time, she observed the surrounding environment. Behind him, there were a few low-level priests and 12 temple knights in fine armor. Almost all churches had considerable wealth. On one hand, it was the accumulation of wealth over a long period of time. On the other hand, it was the worship of the believers. Therefore, most of the temple knights had first-rate equipment. Some rich churches would even equip the temple knights with magic equipment. Su-Len only took a glance and could tell that these equipment were all rare-grade equipment that had been enchanted. After entering the northern city, the speed of the group was not fast. The priest of the Church of Wisdom had been observing everything around her. None of the priests of the Church of Wisdom were idiots. On the contrary, all of them were extremely smart people. After all, as a church with wisdom in its name, this was their trademark. Just like the goddess of wealth's wealth, the god of war's strength, and so on. The Church of Wisdom had many clergies. The most important clergy was wisdom. Basically, all intelligent life needed wisdom. This also made the Church of Wisdom a powerful god. In addition to wisdom, he also controlled prophecy, books, history, knowledge, civilization, prosperity, and more than a dozen other clergies. This god also dabbled in magic and other fields. This old god was not powerful when he was first born, but as time went by, the power of the Church of Wisdom became stronger and stronger. At first, because there was not much wisdom in the barbaric era, people believed in strength more. But later, wisdom began to gain the upper hand. Now, it completely suppressed strength. The representative of the god of war was still a mid-level divine power. This was the best proof. When Su-Len first heard of this knowledge, he was also quite surprised. Because he had never thought that relying only on wisdom could bring about such a big change. It allowed a god with little knowledge to rush into the realm of great divine power step by step. If it were not for his low starting point, it was very likely that he would have become the first god to enter the realm of great divine power in hundreds of years. Neat rows of brick and tile houses could be seen. Straight drainage ditches. The layout of the streets was simple and clear, with shops, taverns, and blacksmiths. There were also purpose-built public toilets. This place was not as dirty and messy as other towns. There was not even any garbage on the road. Everything here was clean and tidy. Because of this, other people even believed that Su-Len had misophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Your Excellency really surprises me. The priest of the Church of Wisdom looked at Su-Len in surprise. This lord gave her a completely different feeling from the others in this world. Chapter 300. This priest of the god of wisdom had been to many places and seen countless nobles. Many territories were much bigger and more prosperous than Northtown City, but none of them were like Northtown City. Although this territory didn't look as prosperous as those famous big cities, it was full of life and energy. Other than that, Northern Battlefront City gave her the impression that it was clean and tidy. Moreover, the workers here were not like those in other cities. They were thin and weak, and their expressions were miserable and apathetic. Although the workers here had a lot of work, they were all strong and healthy. Their complexions were rosy, and they were all serious in their work. This was completely inconceivable to her. What happened next surprised her even more. She actually saw drows, half-elves, centaurs, and grey dwarves. These races could live together peacefully in Northtown City. What's that? Just as she was thinking about the residents of this place, a cry of surprise came from behind her. What happened? The priest of the god of wisdom frowned slightly. A low-level priest behind her knocked on the horse's belly and caught up to her. Sir, look at that building. The priest pointed at a tall and majestic gate not far away. It was the wonder of Northtown City, the Arc de Triomphe. That gate is a magic building. The priest of the god of wisdom could tell at a glance that the building was extraordinary. It is indeed a magic building. Sulen nodded. He then pointed at the Arc de Triomphe and said, "This is the Arc de Triomphe. It was built to celebrate the victory of Northtown City over the Orc army. The purpose is to commemorate this glorious war and the heroes who died in it." As he spoke, the group approached the Arc de Triomphe. Sulen purposely slowed down his footsteps so that the high-level priest and his entourage could take a closer look. I really didn't expect that I would actually see such a grand and epic building here. Looking at the building up close, everyone was even more amazed by its majesty. The exquisite statues and the reliefs were like those of an epic. Everything showed how much effort the Northern Citadel had put into the building. Sulen led the group through the Arc de Triomphe. The priest was very interested in this building. She asked questions about the building several times, but Sulen pretended not to understand or ignored her. Sulen wouldn't tell anyone about such confidential things. After confirming that she couldn't get more information from Sulen, the priest of the god of wisdom could only give up. Soon, the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. They naturally saw the harvest altar in the inner city. Compared to the Arc de Triomphe, the harvest altar didn't have as many beautiful carvings, but it didn't pale in comparison. However, Sulen didn't intend to take them there. They could only endure their curiosity. The priest of the god of wisdom was getting more and more curious about Northtown City. When she first came here, she only thought that Northtown City was developing well and had great potential. Now, she completely changed her mind. It wasn't just good. As long as things continued to develop like this, Northtown City would become a prosperous place. Please come in. Sulen jumped off his horse and made an inviting gesture. He led the group into the Lord's mansion. Everyone took a seat in the living room. Hathaway, who received the news, also came in wearing a wizard robe. Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to meet you. The priest of the god of wisdom stood up and bowed slightly to show her respect. A grand wizard would be respected wherever he went. As for a legendary wizard, they were like strategic nuclear weapons in his previous world. After all, if a legendary spellcaster was given the chance, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy a city. Compared to them, legendary warriors were treated much worse. After all, legendary warriors didn't have that kind of strategic deterrence. Hathaway smiled and nodded. She bowed to the priest as well. Welcome, emissary of the god of wisdom. Northtown City is proud of you. After a round of pleasantries, they sat down again. Sulen looked around and said, Your Excellency must be tired from the journey. Do you need us to arrange a place for you to rest? The priest of the god of wisdom smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness. However, as a servant of the god of wisdom, traveling isn't considered tiring. We can talk first. Right, let me introduce myself. My name is Vina. You can call me Veena. I'm here with good intentions and to spread the glory of wisdom, Veena continued. Wei Na continued, Your Excellency Su Luan built a city in this barren land. Your strength and courage are amazing. Many great nobles can't afford to develop a city bit by bit under such conditions. It's a miracle that you can develop this place to such an extent. The Church of the God of Wisdom is very optimistic about your development, so we want to build a wisdom temple in your territory. Build a temple and spread the faith. Su Len smiled and said, The God of Wisdom is a neutral God. I have no reason to reject the kindness of a powerful God. Veena stood up and bowed slightly to Su Len. Thank you for your support, my lord. She then smiled and said, Don't worry, my lord. We will follow the rules of Northtown City and work together to develop Northtown City well. Su Len nodded. He didn't take Veena's promise too seriously. This world was different from his previous one. In his previous world, there was a set of rules that allowed most people to live in a relatively fair environment. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. The Church of Wisdom was very polite now. Once Su Len lost control of Northtown City, it was hard to say what they would do. Your Excellency, we still lack manpower, craftsmen, and resources. The Church of Wisdom has great influence. We can help you with migration and opening up new channels. We can provide you with sufficient funds and even management personnel. Veena waved at a low-level priest behind her. Then, the priest handed a sheepskin scroll to Su Len. As long as you are willing to accept, we can provide it for you for free. We also promise that we will not interfere with the management of your territory. Veena looked at Su Len with confidence. She believed that no one would reject the generous conditions offered by the Church of Wisdom. However, she didn't expect that Su Len would reject them so decisively after a few seconds of silence. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't accept your and the Church of Wisdom's good intentions. The Church of Wisdom. What did you say? Veena, who was about to speak, opened her mouth wide. She looked at Su Len in disbelief. The Church of Wisdom was one of the most powerful churches in the continent. They had manpower, resources, financial resources, and all kinds of soft power. They weren't any worse than a powerful empire. With the full support of such a powerful force, Northtown City would rise even faster. However, there was also a problem. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, especially for a huge force like the Church of Wisdom. They didn't ask for anything now because they had a bigger goal. A huge force like this wouldn't care about temporary gains and losses. They were more focused on the bigger picture, especially for the Church of Wisdom. The Church of Wisdom was famous for their wisdom. They were good at scheming. When dealing with them, although it seemed like you were taking advantage of them, the Church of Wisdom was always the one who benefited the most in the end. Fortunately, the Church of Wisdom had a good reputation. Although they took the most benefits, they would leave some for others. At least, they didn't take everything. Otherwise, Su Len would have rejected them even if he had to risk offending them. Although these churches were huge and seemed like they couldn't withstand a single blow from Northtown City, there were many benefits involved. They also had to face many enemies. If they really wanted to fight, the forces they could deploy wouldn't be much stronger than Northtown City. Otherwise, they would have to face the invasion of other churches or forces. More importantly, from the Harvest Altar to the Triumphal Arch, to the Secret Realm and the underground world in Northtown City, the value of any one of these secrets was immeasurable. They couldn't let other forces know about them. Therefore, no matter how generous the Church of Wisdom's conditions were, he couldn't agree. The control of the city had to be firmly in his hands. If he let the Church of Wisdom participate in the management of the city and open up the authority, they might discover the city's secrets. Do you know how much benefits the conditions you rejected just now represent? After a moment of silence, Veena still looked like she couldn't accept it. What kind of joke was this? The Church of Wisdom actually rejected the offer of money. Su Len nodded. He didn't care about Reverend Veena's reluctant expression. He continued, although I won't accept the Church of Wisdom's help, it won't affect their preaching here. I can set aside an area for the Church of Wisdom to build a temple. However, you'll have to find your own materials and manpower to build the temple. As you can see, there are still many places in Northtown City that are under construction. Veena frowned. This was completely different from what she had expected. In her opinion, Su Len, as the Lord, should be grateful for the Church of Wisdom's strong support. However, this script seemed to be completely different. If Excellency Veena is willing to accept, I can get someone to bring over the city's planning blueprint. There are many empty spaces on it for you to choose from, Su Len said with a smile. Then we'll have to trouble you, Excellency Su Len. However, you don't have to give us the land. We'll buy it ourselves, Veena said with a playful tone after taking a deep look at Su Len. Chapter 301. Soon, the servants brought over a sand table map of the entire northern battlefront city. That sand table had been made by Hathaway after precise calculations, and its precision was very high. There were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the sand table. The city was divided into countless squares by the markets. The entire city looked like a chessboard. This Lord Su Len really has some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. What kind of city would plan the layout of the entire city so neatly? It's like a chessboard. Wei Na thought to herself as she looked at the chessboard-like sand table in front of her. These empty spaces were all reserved in advance. Miss Wei Na, take a look and see which ones you like. You can choose the most straightforward one. Su Len came to the sand table and pointed at a few empty spaces on the sand table. The empty spaces on the sand table were all reserved by Su Len on purpose. They were all in the outer city of the third phase of construction. In other words, the construction around those areas had yet to begin. Su Len didn't plan to let the church build temples in the inner city. The power of a temple was almost equivalent to half of a wizard tower, and it was supported by the gods. Before the gods fell, the temple was equivalent to an impregnable fortress. Even someone as powerful as Su Luan would not feel at ease if such a powerful force was placed in the inner city. Su Len wouldn't allow the temple's power to enter the core area under his control. If possible, he would even refuse to let all the temples in. However, once he did that, he would become the target of public criticism. He wouldn't be able to handle the pressure that he would face. These places. Wei Na was slightly stunned when she saw the empty spaces on the sand table. All the empty spaces were actually in the outer city. This made her slightly stunned, but she didn't give up on the idea. This was because building the Wisdom Temple here was her mission. If she didn't complete the mission, her position in the church would drop. Are you not satisfied with these places? Su Len stepped forward and asked. In fact, these lands are very valuable investments. Although these lands are in the outer city, there are a lot of people in the surrounding areas. Moreover, these locations are all located in the bustling areas. Here, here, and here. These few pieces of land are around a few places. The people who live here are natural believers. Wei Na looked at the few pieces of land that Su Len had pointed out. She had to admit that Su Len was right. Those few pieces of land were indeed very good. There were also many residents living in the surroundings. It was indeed a very good place to preach. Therefore, even though it was the land of the outer city, Wei Na still agreed after some consideration. Moreover, Wei Na discovered that the commoners in northern Battlefront City weren't ordinary commoners. Many commoners owned farmland. This showed that the commoners still had hope of raising their social status. Of course, what Wei Na didn't know was that the citizens of northern Garrison City were loyal to their lord before they had faith. After looking around for a while, Wei Na chose a piece of land that hadn't been developed yet. Su Len asked someone to stick a triangular flag in the empty space, indicating that this piece of land had already been occupied. Su Len hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss Wei Na, there's something I need the Wisdom Shrine's help with. Oh. What is it that can make you personally ask for it? Wei Na looked at Su Len with interest. She was extremely pleased. Just a moment ago, this man had ruthlessly rejected all of her conditions, causing her to lose face. Now, it was finally his turn to bow his head to her. That feeling was indescribably satisfying. There are too many illiterate people in my territory. Moreover, many of the basic officials are illiterate as well. This makes their work very difficult. They often make some low-level mistakes in their work. Therefore, I established a training school to train these basic officials. However, Northern Battlefront City is developing too quickly. There aren't enough teachers to train them. Therefore, I hope you can provide some scholars to teach them, Su Len explained. Of course, there's no need to teach them advanced knowledge. I just need them to learn how to read and write. If one were to ask which organization in this world had the highest literacy rate and the least illiterate people, then it would be the Wisdom Shrine and the Wizard Organization. These two organizations were very knowledgeable. The Wisdom Shrine wasn't too bad. They didn't have high requirements for ordinary people, but the knowledge of the wizards was astonishing. Even a beginner wizard had to master at least 4 languages, such as the Elven language, Byron language, Nesser language, and the Continent Common language. As for the more advanced ones, being proficient in more than 10 languages was only average. I see. I can promise you that. Wei Na agreed very quickly. Thank you for your generosity. Su Len bowed seriously. This time, he was sincerely grateful. After coming to this world, Su Len realized how strict the nobles of this world were when it came to knowledge. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to learn. Now that Wei Na agreed so easily, it could be said that she was giving Su Len a lot of face. Although Su Len didn't plan to let the Wisdom Shrine's people enter the city and become the city's administrators, it was still good to borrow their strength to nurture talents. Meanwhile, Wei Na was also scheming in her heart. Although she couldn't plant people in the city, it wasn't a bad idea to arrange people to impart knowledge to the grassroots officials. Most importantly, after imparting knowledge to these people, although they wouldn't have the status of master and disciple, there would still be some incense. This way, the grassroots officials would naturally have a good impression of the Wisdom Church. No need to thank me. From now on, we are also a member of the Northern City. It's only right for us to contribute to the Northern City. Wei Na quickly found her position. She didn't feel that she was superior just because of Su Len's request. Welcome to the Northern City. Su Len was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile. After a discussion with Su Len, Wei Na of the Wisdom Shrine led a group of people out of the Lord's Manor. They were arranged to stay in a courtyard in the southwest of the inner city. This courtyard was specially built by Su Len to receive VIPs. Even though there was a shortage of housing in the city, no one was allowed to stay here. Wei Na and the others were quickly arranged to stay. The Wisdom Shrine had brought over 40 people this time. Apart from the paladins and priests, there were also many servants. The food for these people was provided by the Northern City. Of course, these things were charged. After all, as the wealthy Wisdom Shrine, it would be a waste if they didn't make some money. Wei Na was still very surprised by Northgard City. Just a moment ago, she had seen a group of barbarian warriors pass by in a hurry. Their robust bodies, excellent weapons, and the countless scars on their bodies all indicated how powerful these barbarian warriors were. Even she felt a vague sense of threat when she approached those barbarian warriors. What powerful warriors! Wei Na watched the group of barbarian warriors leave and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. There weren't many such powerful warriors even among the paladins of the paladins. Just a moment ago, she encountered an entire group of them. Moreover, when they entered the city, Lord Su Len had his army stand guard on both sides of the city's roads. Just from their equipment and discipline, these soldiers could all be considered elites. Even the trump-card army of the kingdom's capital wasn't as powerful. With such a group of powerful warriors, it was no wonder that Su Len could establish such a prosperous city in the northern wastelands in just over a year. Su Len arranged for this group of people to stay in the southwest of the city. At the same time, he arranged for the drows to keep an eye on them. Su Len didn't let his guard down against the people of the Wisdom Shrine. There were many secrets in the northern city. He didn't want these people to run around and discover anything. In addition, Su Len also sent more people to the Triumphal Arch, the Harvest Altar, the Teleportation Circle, and other places. Without Sulen's permission, no one was allowed to approach these areas. The people of the Wisdom Shrine didn't try to secretly send people to these areas. After discussing with Su Len, she sent 6 scholars of the Wisdom Shrine to Su Len the next day to report. Su Len conducted a simple test on the knowledge of these scholars. He found that these people's standards weren't bad, much better than what he had requested. Without any delay, Su Len directly brought these people to the basic officer training school in the northern city. There were 6 teachers in the school now. The teaching materials they taught were specially written by Su Len. Although they weren't very profound, they were still good for basic education. Su Len looked at the 6 scholars in front of him and said with a serious expression, "These are the teaching materials you need to teach in the future. Take a look at them first. I hope you can teach the knowledge in the materials to the best of your ability. Of course, you can also teach some other knowledge, but I don't want you to mix in your own knowledge. If this happens, you will be fired immediately. I will also propose a serious negotiation with Miss Vina." The scholars looked at each other. One of the leaders stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Su Len. Miss Vina has already told us to listen to everything you say." "That's good. I hope we can work well together," Su Len said with a smile. "As for your work here, I have already arranged, Mr. Su Len, we don't need to be paid." "Miss Vina has already told us," the leader said. "That won't do. As long as you work here, you will be paid. You can't reject it." Su Len interrupted him and continued, "This is the rule of the northern city. If you think there is a problem, I will communicate with Miss Vina separately." Su Len didn't want to owe the Wisdom Shrine any more favors. It was just some money. He wouldn't be stingy. Chapter 302. No matter which world it was, a debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay. Fortunately, the debt with the Wisdom Church wasn't that big, so Su Len wasn't too worried. After the training school for grassroots officials was doubled in size, the number of students that could be taught directly doubled. These scholars who came here quickly adapted to the teaching methods here and then began to train more grassroots officials. North Town had increased by nearly 100,000 people in a short period of time, which led to a large shortage of officials. With the help of these people, the shortage of officials could be partially filled. Su Luan specially wrote a booklet about the working methods of grassroots officials in Northern Town, which summarized the common problems encountered by grassroots officials. There were more than 50 articles in the booklet. Although it was impossible to cover all grassroots problems, it could cover some of them. Su Len gave the most standard solutions to these most common and easiest problems. Although these solutions weren't the best, they were the most suitable for North Town City's current situation. Although this method made the grassroots officials rigid, it also reduced the chances of them slacking off and being perfunctory. As long as they didn't follow the solution, they would be punished. Of course, this situation was also because the quality of the grassroots officials was too poor, and they didn't have enough people. When the number and quality of the grassroots officials gradually increased, Su Luan would gradually change it. After seeing that the people from the Wisdom Church didn't do anything out of line, Su Len gradually relaxed. However, he didn't relax his monitoring of them. Su Len, after the Wisdom Church came, the other churches shouldn't be far away. Hathaway said. Indeed, I think it won't be long before the other churches send messengers. Su Len nodded. Hathaway got up and poured a cup of black tea. Then she added a piece of rock sugar and stirred it. She continued, but this is also an opportunity. With the arrival of the Wisdom Church, the other churches will definitely come. Although the arrival of these churches will be troublesome, it will also bring opportunities. At the same time, the arrival of these churches can prevent the Wisdom Church from dominating. We can use them to maintain a balance between the other churches. This isn't easy to control. If things go out of hand, the consequences won't be good. Su Len said with a smile. Will you go out of hand? Besides, what can they do even if they lose? Do they dare to make a move? Hathaway suddenly said in a domineering manner. Indeed, the current strength of the Northern Citadel was far from comparable to the church, but it was not weak either. Moreover, the Northern Citadel had a legendary master, close to 10 level 4 transcendence, and more than 100 level 3 transcendence. Such strength was not considered weak no matter where it was. Sullen's power was still increasing rapidly, and so was Hathaway's power. It was just like how Hathaway became a grand wizard in just a year when she was just a beginner wizard. If other wizards knew about this, they would die of jealousy. Su Len quickly made a decision, give up some of the benefits and let the churches fight among themselves. We will be the judges. No matter which church is the strongest, we will support the weak to suppress the strong. The arrival of the priest of the God of Wisdom also gave Su Luan a sense of urgency. When the elemental tide came again, a glorious era had begun. As the elemental tide became stronger and stronger, it would also become easier to advance in strength. Su Len had to make himself stronger as soon as possible. As the Northern Citadel grew stronger, it would attract the attention of many old powerful factions. There was nothing he could do about it. When the Northern Citadel was still weak, those factions would ignore him. However, once the Northern Citadel grew to a certain level, they would naturally pay attention to him. If Su Len, Chris, Hathaway, and Alex all became legendary in the Northern Citadel, then he would not have to worry about the church's revenge even if he rejected them. 4 legendary contenders and 3 legendary level spellcasters. This was the top force on this continent. If Su Luan broke through to the advanced legendary level, he would not have to look at other people's faces at all. Just like the Red Dragon Queen in the south, everyone knew that she was an evil dragon, but who would dare to slay a dragon? Even the God of Light, who hated evil the most, had to accept it. Otherwise, what could he do? Send a god's avatar down. Not to mention that an avatar would not be able to defeat an ancient red dragon who was also a legendary wizard. Even a god's avatar might not be able to defeat such an existence. Although a god's avatar was powerful, once he died, he would really die. No god would leave his god's kingdom for such a thing. Although the gods were powerful in the state of saint, it did not mean that they were immortal. In this state, although the gods were still powerful, after killing the gods, they could directly snatch the godhead of the gods. It must be known that in history, such things had happened before. There were more than 1 or 2 masters who coveted the authority of a god. Although the risk was high, once they succeeded, they could reach the sky in 1 step. Therefore, if a god did not have to do this, under normal circumstances, a god's avatar would not descend. Once a god's avatar was discovered, not only those masters who wanted to become gods, but also the churches of the god's enemies would send a large number of people to encircle and annihilate them. The most common way for a god to descend was through possession or an avatar. Possession was a way to respond to a believer and descend on a special believer. However, this way, the believer would be equivalent to death. Descent of an avatar was a god using part of his divinity and divine power to create an avatar. The advantage of this was that even if the avatar died, only a part of the divinity and divine power would be lost. There was almost no damage to the original body. Bang! Once again, he was hit by a stick. Su Len rubbed the place where he was hit. He was practicing combat spellcasting. This talent could be said to be one of the talents that wizards had to master. The method of standing spellcasting had been eliminated during the period of the Arcane Empire. In a fierce battle, the enemy would not give you a chance to cast spells. "Boss, why don't we take a break?" Johnson stopped attacking and said. In order to practice combat spellcasting, Su Len let Johnson, Boulder, and several warriors of the Formation Breaker attack him together. He was not allowed to counterattack and could only passively defend. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to successfully cast spells. Continue. Sulen shook his head and said. The training effect is not very good. Boulder said again and again, and the weapon in his hands suddenly launched an attack. Sulen quickly blocked with his shield. The others took a look and then gathered again. Although Sulen's strength was already at the legendary level, he could only let go, so the whole situation was restrained. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of weapons colliding, Sulen once again blocked the wave of attacks. Come on, where's your spell? Using spells to attack us. You're a dud. Boulder next to him attacked and constantly harassed Sulen with words, which made the veins on Sulen's forehead twitch a few times. However, he could only endure for now. This was what he asked for. Those spells that were learned through skill points did not need to be constantly learned to cast spells and could be easily cast. However, those spells that were learned through him were different. He could only learn them bit by bit. After Sulen's sub-profession as a wizard, he had mastered too many spells. If he used skill points to learn all of them, even if he reached level 100, he would not have enough skill points. It should be known that there were hundreds of spells that wizards commonly used. Including some rare and not commonly used spells, there were thousands of spells. If he used skill points to learn all of them, how long would it take him to learn all of them? As for the taunting and harassment of enemies during battle, it was a common thing. This was also because Sulen's previous opponents were very strong, so he did not use these tricks. In fact, as a warrior, taunting skills were very important. If he could taunt the enemy until they lost their mind in battle, it would be best. Of course, if the taunting level was too high, it would be easy to be killed. It was said that there were some taunting masters who could seduce people with just a few gestures. Boulder and Johnson, one on the left and one on the right, quickly waved their weapons and did not give Sulen any chance to breathe. They kept taunting him. As warriors who were closest to the legendary level, their attacks were not to be underestimated. Sulen could only keep dodging. Come on. Do you only know how to dodge? A legendary warrior who only knows how to dodge. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. You are a disgrace to the legendary warriors. Sulen's face was pale. Although this was what he asked for, the feeling of being taunted and not being able to fight back was really too sullen. He forced himself to focus and quickly cast a spell. Just as he was halfway through casting the spell, a wooden stick swept over again and directly interrupted Sulen's casting. During the battle, Sulen only defended and did not attack. Johnson and Boulder were satisfied. They completely treated Sulen as a punching bag. The rhythm of their movements was very satisfying. After all, there were not many opportunities to beat up a legendary figure. The two idiots, Boulder and Johnson, did not know that they had been recorded in Sulen's little notebook. Sulen secretly decided that he would definitely take good care of these two guys in the future and let them feel the care of the Lord. A wizard must always stay calm and learn to ignore the taunts of the enemy. Many wizards will deliberately provoke their opponents during battle, and then use this to see through your weakness and defeat you, Sulen said in his heart. He forced himself to suppress his anger and continued to fight. Chapter 303. After the Church of Wisdom obtained the right to use the land in the outer city, they also began to build. The Church of Wisdom had more manpower than Sulen. Architects, engineers, sculptors, painters, and other talented people came to build the temple. Sulen was drooling. The foundation of a large church was too strong. Although these people didn't have much strength, their design of the Church of Wisdom made Sulen look at it with new eyes. Next, the Church of Wisdom's caravan began to migrate a group of craftsmen to start the construction of the Church of Wisdom. At this time, another church's caravan came to northern town. This time, there were more people. From the god of war, the god of light, the goddess of earth, the goddess of nature, and so on. 6 or 7 churches came one after another. Su Luan communicated with these temples separately and then signed an agreement similar to that of the Wisdom Temple with them. He also divided a piece of land of similar size in the outer city for these churches to build temples. At the same time, Su Len received about 400,000 kinnar from selling the land. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough to alleviate his current financial crisis. With these churches' construction, the population of northern town city began to increase again. A church of wisdom wasn't an ordinary building. Building a church of wisdom required a lot of manpower and resources. With these churches' construction, the population of northern town city increased by another 20,000 to 30,000 people. Although this population was temporary and most of them would leave after the construction of the Church of Wisdom, their arrival also made the market prosperous. Although the population of northern town city wasn't small, there weren't many people with spending power. Most of the people here were serfs and refugees. According to Sulan's previous regulations, they needed to work hard for 3 to 5 years before they could become free people. In the past, there were many caravans that came here, but because of the war between the surrounding countries and the orcs, the trade routes of the caravans had been blocked. Fortunately, the orcs that invaded Florence had been defeated, and the caravans of the southern countries and Florence had begun to slowly recover. With the arrival of these churches, northern town city gradually returned to its previous prosperous state. The city walls of northern town city were more than half built. Su Len took some time to cast mud to stone to strengthen the walls. At the same time, the moat outside the city began to be excavated. According to Sulan's city plan, the moat would be directly from the Red Sand River. At the same time, this moat would be connected to the moat in the inner city. After the moat was completed, it would connect the inner city to the outer city and become a transportation channel in North Town City. The widest part of the moat was 30 meters, the narrowest part was 10 meters, and the depth was 3 to 5 meters. Now, the moat in the inner city served as the waterway for transporting stones, bricks, and other miscellaneous items. The main body of the Wisdom Temple was also built with white marble. The entire temple was tall and majestic, with an extraordinary aura. The entire architectural style was similar to the Gothic style, but the details were more exquisite. During the construction of the temple, more than 30 priests were dispatched to help. If it weren't for their divine spells, it would have taken at least a few years to complete the construction of this magnificent building. What surprised Su Len was the temple of the War God Church. The War God Church had chosen to build it next to the Wisdom Temple. The two temples stood opposite each other. The architectural style was different from the Wisdom Temple. The War God Church was built with Doric pillars. The entire temple was made of granite. There were 19 stone pillars with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 12 meters on both sides of the temple. Although the temple wasn't as exquisite as the Wisdom Temple, it was still magnificent. The 8 stone pillars at the entrance were carved with statues. These statues were the messengers of the War God. On the walls of the temple, there were scenes of the War God Church fighting. However, the War God Church was built here to compete with the Wisdom Temple. After all, these two churches were known to be at odds with each other. If the War God wanted to increase his divine power, the best way was through war. If the entire continent fell into chaos, he would be able to become a great divine power in a few years. As for the Wisdom God, because he had wisdom, civilization, and prosperity priesthood, he had to spread wisdom, develop civilization, and make the country prosperous. This was the complete opposite of the War God. Now that both temples were built here, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Of course, it wasn't just the War God and Wisdom God who had conflicts. The other gods were the same. However, these churches were more restrained, so there weren't any unmanageable situations. While the temples were being built, Su Len returned to the mystery realm through the teleportation circle. After greeting Tower Spirit 1, Su Len went directly to the farm. When he arrived, there were already 2 harpies working here. After a month of growth, the magic crystals on the backs of the crystal beasts had begun to fall off. The sizes of the magic crystals that fell off the back of the crystal beasts weren't very different. This should have been designed by the ancient arcanists in advance. Sulen picked up a crystal. These magic crystals were very hard. They could be used to make energy channels after some simple polishing. Soon, nearly 300 magic crystals were all collected. Sulen informed the 2 iron golems to bring these magic crystals over and transport them away. At the same time, he checked the health of these crystal beasts. These crystal beasts were the key to the restoration of the mystery realm. There couldn't be any problems. After checking, these crystal beasts were living quite well. A few of them had obviously gained weight. After checking on the crystal beasts, Sulen returned to the control room. At this time, Tower Spirit 1 was directing a few iron golems to build energy channels. Many of the energy channels in the mystery realm had been damaged. Now, they needed to be repaired. Sulen planned to rebuild the ecological park in this mystery realm. The previous ecological park had been severely damaged. The magical beasts that lived in it had died long ago. Sulen needed to capture them again. In addition to these, he also needed to plant various magical plants in the ecological park. The environment in the ecological park was closer to the natural environment. The quality of the plants was generally much better than the large-scale magical plants in the plantation. The only disadvantage was that there were fewer of them. It wasn't easy to rebuild the ecological park. The environment in the ecological park was different from the outside world. Therefore, an environmental regulator was needed. Originally, there was such a device in the mystery realm. However, because of the passage of time, this environmental regulator had rusted into a pile of scrap metal. This kind of device was in Tower Spirit 1's database. However, it wasn't easy to make. A large number of runes had to be engraved, so Hathaway was needed to help. In addition to this device, building the ecological park also required many runic matrices and energy channels to transmit energy. The cost of the entire ecological park was about 1.3 million kinnar. However, many of the raw materials were produced in Sulen's territory. They only needed to be processed. The overall cost wasn't high. The only thing that gave Sulen a headache was the various magical beasts. They could only be captured in the outside world. Rubbing his temples, Sulen went to the plantation area to check it out. The plantation area wasn't far from here. As soon as he entered, Sulen felt a rich elemental energy. The plantation area was one of the areas with the richest elemental energy in the entire mystery realm. When Sulen arrived, he saw a few harpies planting a magical plant called star grass. Star grass wasn't a high-level magical plant, but it was a very indispensable plant. It only had one function, and that was to be used as a stabilizer in potion experiments. The raw materials of many magical potions were very unstable. During the production process, star grass had to be added to stabilize the potion. Hathaway's laboratory had a high demand for this kind of potion. The whole plantation was 30 meters long and 18 meters wide. There was a magic circle set up in the plantation, surrounded by a circle of marble. The effect of this magic circle was to change the environment of the plantation and maintain the environment of the plantation to be suitable for the growth of star grass as much as possible. There was a tall steel golem next to it that was carrying something. 2 harpies were planting in the plantation. Sulen walked in and took a look, then went to check the other plantation. At present, there weren't many types of magical plants planted in the plantation. Among them, there were mandala flowers, golden silk grass, explosive chili, sunflower, cold moon grass, magical algae, Moor's coffee, thorny flower, lightning grass, and more than 10 other types. These plants were all commonly used magical plants. Sunflower, for example, was the main material for making purification potions. It had a wide range of uses. It was very effective against undead creatures or some negative energy creatures. A standard bottle of purification potion could easily purify a zombie or ghost completely. Magical algae was the main material for making underwater breathing potions. After using the underwater breathing potion, humans could breathe underwater and survive. One bottle could last for 6 hours. Although the effects of these potions could be seen through spells, when in the wilderness, it was often necessary to conserve as much strength as possible. As for the magical plants that could be used to make the azure potion, some of them were also planted here. However, these plants needed a long time to grow, so they were still in the seedling stage. Hathaway opened a magic shop in the northern part of the town. It sold some magical potions and rare grade equipment. The prices of the goods were not cheap, but many caravans and mercenaries bought some potions here. The most popular ones were healing potions and evolving potions. Healing potions could quickly heal wounds, while purifying potions could clean up unclean things. The chances of encountering undead creatures in the wastelands were still quite high. Some people who died in accidents were never properly buried, so it wasn't uncommon for them to be resurrected as undead. Therefore, whether it was a caravan or a mercenary, they would buy a few types of potions. These low-level potions were not expensive, and they were easy to make. The cost was 5 kinnar, and the price was 2 kinnar. It was a huge profit. Chapter 304. Boom! There was a loud noise and a heat wave. Boulder's strong body was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on the sand. Johnson and the other formation breaker soldiers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Oh, sorry, Boulder. I didn't control the direction well. Are you okay?" Sulen said apologetically, but his face didn't show any signs of regret. Just this morning, he finally succeeded in casting a spell in battle. After some practice, he learned the talent of combat casting. Ding! Congratulations, host. After a long period of practice, you have obtained some information about the talent, combat casting. Ding! Talent, combat casting, experience is full. You have mastered the talent, combat casting. Sulen moved his wrist. The difficulty of mastering a spellcaster's talent was much more difficult than other talents. Fortunately, he wasn't weak to begin with. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to master this talent. But since he mastered this talent, he needed to think about the next step carefully. These days, he was full of anger from being ridiculed. He only defended and didn't attack. Now that he learned combat casting, he was ready to continue practicing. "Boss, now that you've mastered battle casting, is this the end of the practice?" Johnson asked cautiously. "How can I stop? I just learned it. I'm not familiar with it at all. Let's continue training." Sulen said righteously. "Ah! What ah? Hurry up and continue training," Sulen urged. Then, Sulen used all kinds of spells in the name of training to teach these two guys a lesson. His wizard level wasn't high, so he couldn't cast powerful spells. But the power of these spells was just right. It wouldn't hurt them, but it would make them suffer. Arcane Missile. Burning Hand. Fireball. Stun. Sulen blocked the attacks while quickly dodging. He raised his finger and gathered the energy in his body. He cast one spell after another, greeting the two barbarians. Sulen only let go of the two punching bags when the energy in his body was almost depleted. There were many spellcasting abilities that wizards needed to master. For example, the most basic, proficient spellcasting. Only by mastering this ability could one cast spells quickly and not be easily interrupted. Then, they also needed to learn spellcasting exemption. Spellcasting exemption was also very important. For example, without this ability, casting Acid Arrow would require the Poison Arrow Frog's acid, casting Grease would require a small piece of magic grease, and casting Burning Hand would require magic powder. Low-level spells were still okay, as the prices of these things weren't too high. However, when it came to high-level spells, the price of many of the casting materials was very painful. Therefore, this specialty was basically a must-learn. Combat spellcasting was a specialty that wizards had to master in actual combat. Once they mastered this talent, they would be able to break away from the state of standing and casting spells. Other abilities like instant spellcasting, silent spellcasting, and spell delay were all required after learning combat spellcasting. A qualified wizard needed to master at least a dozen types of spellcasting abilities. There were also legendary spell silent spellcasting and legendary spell instant spellcasting. These were talents that even legendary wizards might not be able to master. In addition to these, there were a lot of spellcasting abilities like maximal spell, spell upgrade, spell specialization, spell penetration, natural spellcasting, empower spellcasting, and so on. To measure the strength of a wizard, other than looking at the knowledge and spells they mastered, they also looked at the spellcasting abilities they mastered. Su Len would need to slowly master these spellcasting abilities in the future. Just as he was training his spellcasting abilities, on the road not far from the northern town, a convoy was slowly approaching. There were more than 20 carriages in the convoy. There were more than 200 well-equipped knights in iron armor outside the convoy. There were also more than 200 elite soldiers in armor and holding weapons behind the convoy. Such a convoy could be seen at a glance that it wasn't a caravan. In the middle of the convoy, there was a carriage inlaid with a noble badge. If someone who had studied noble badges saw it, they would recognize it at a glance. It was the emblem of the Florentine royal family. That's right. This group of people were the messengers that set off from the Florentine royal city to the northern town to sign the agreement with Su Len. At the front of the convoy, a few soldiers from the northern town city were leading the way on horseback. As early as 3 days ago, the messengers from Florence had already come to the northern town city to report. These soldiers from the northern town city were specially sent by Su Len. Otherwise, with such an army approaching, it would be very likely, no, it should be 100% that the patrols would think it was an invasion. In the evening, the messengers from Florence arrived at the inner city of the northern town city. The knights and elite soldiers were arranged to stay in the barracks, and the carriage carrying the messengers and the guards of the messengers directly drove to the lord's mansion. The carriage of the messengers from Florence was very special. It was made of chorus wood. This wood was very tough, and after being made with special techniques, it was as hard as steel. It also had a special fragrance. Not only could it get rid of mosquitoes, but it could also make people feel comfortable. It was a very precious wood. The 4 horses pulling the carriage were also very tall. They were not inferior to the horses raised by the centaurs at all. The 4 horses were snow white without any other colors. The carriage was almost like a small room, with an area of about 20 square meters. There was a griffin inlaid on the outside of the carriage. In front of the griffin was a sword and a shield. There was a circle of thorny flowers around the emblem. Only the royals of Florence could use this emblem. It was obvious that the person sitting in the carriage was a member of the royal family. There was also a special shock-absorbing device at the bottom of the carriage. With these shock-absorbing devices, the inside of the carriage was like walking on flat ground. The shaking was very small. Roughly calculating, a carriage like this cost about 5,000 to 6,000 kinnar. Normal nobles could not afford it. Even Su Len did not have such a luxurious carriage. In fact, he did not have a carriage at all. Su Len usually rode a horse when he went out. Now that he had a Pegasus, riding a Pegasus was much more awesome than a carriage. Although Su Len was very rich, he rarely spent money on it. Although he also enjoyed life, such as using velvet blankets and liking all kinds of delicious food, he invested more of his wealth in the construction of the city. Now there were so many projects such as wizard towers, secret realms, and city construction. Su Len did not have enough money to spend at all. In fact, Su Len's approach was not like the old nobles of this world at all. The nobles of this world and the nobles of the previous world were simply carved out of the same mold. Whether they had money or not, they all valued their face more than anything else. Things like clothes and carriages were definitely the best. As for the real situation, it was up to each person to see what was right. Da-da-da. A crisp sound of horse hooves came from a distance, and a luxurious carriage stopped in front of the Lord's mansion. A cute maid of 14 or 15 years old opened the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. The maid was wearing a beautiful maid's dress, a string of pearl hairpins on her head, and a pair of exquisite bracelets on her white jade-like wrists. After getting out of the carriage, she looked around with two beautiful big eyes, and then placed a brocade stool in front of the carriage with the coachman. "Your Royal Highness, we have arrived." At this time, a pair of white and delicate fingers stretched out from the luxurious carriage. There was a pair of black lace gloves on the hands. These lace gloves were a specialty of Autumnfall City, a half-elf city near the Elven Forest. Although it was just a pair of gloves, it was very expensive. The maid stepped forward and carefully held the hands of the princess. The princess of the Kingdom of Florence stepped out of the carriage. When the curvaceous figure of the princess of the Kingdom of Florence appeared outside the carriage, the eyes of the people around her were involuntarily attracted by her noble and elegant temperament. Her long golden hair was very delicate, and her face was slightly powdered. Her face was like white jade, her eyes were like stars, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Although there was a translucent veil on her face, it could still be seen that she was an outstanding beauty. She was wearing a princess dress with a corset and breast augmentation. There was a pure white tube top at the neckline. It was both conservative and sexy, outlining her pair of towering peaks perfectly. Her slender waist looked even more slender under the effect of the corset. Her curvaceous figure, slender figure, and perky peaches perfectly revealed her advantages. Her sky-blue eyes were very pure. After getting out of the carriage, the princess looked around as if she was looking around. Soon, her eyes fell on Sulen, who came out to greet her. But soon, her eyes looked at Alex beside Sulen. As a high-level harpy, Alex's appearance was also top-notch. He was even better than the princess. As soon as the princess got out of the carriage, she felt the pressure. The momentum that she had maintained before also weakened a little in an instant. Fortunately, she adjusted quickly, smiled at everyone, and then recovered again. After receiving the news from the messenger, Sulen returned to the Lord's mansion and changed into a noble suit. This noble suit was made for him by Angie and Angela. His two half-elf maids were very capable now. The size of the sewn noble suit fit him perfectly, and it perfectly set off his temperament. After changing into the formal attire, Alex happened to arrive at the northern town. So Sulen took Alex to greet the emissary of Florence. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.